The Clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Border, Security, Asylum and Immigration Bill, second reading.
Now.
The reasoned amendment in the name of the Leader of the Opposition has been selected. Minister to move the second reading, Home Secretary Yvette Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I beg to move that the bill be now read a second time. Madam Deputy Speaker, the purpose of this bill is to strengthen UK border security, which has been weakened and undermined in recent years, to restore order to the immigration and asylum systems that were left in chaos, and to bring in new counter-terror style powers for our law enforcement to go after the dangerous criminal gangs who undermine our border security and profit from putting lives at risk and who have been getting away with it for far too long. It's a bill to strengthen leadership and accountability around our borders, putting the Border Security Command on the statute book, to bring in tougher powers to tackle organised immigration crime, including pursuing those involved in supply chains, preparatory acts and seizing mobile phones, and a bill that allows us to take stronger action on those who put the lives of others at risk at sea, to improve intelligence gathering and sharing, to restore order and control to the asylum system so we can clear the backlog, to deliver on our Labour manifesto commitment to bring in counter-terrorism style powers to increase enforcement and returns, and part of the programme to deliver what we set out before Christmas in the government's plan for change, rebuilding secure borders, restoring order, control and confidence to the immigration and asylum systems, and bringing legal and illegal migration down. I will allow the amendment.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm very grateful to the Home Secretary, and she may recall that when she sat on this side of the House, that I cautioned the last government that the actions they were going to take were unsustainable if they wished to have a uniform immigration policy throughout the United Kingdom. And more particularly in the illegal migration bill, I warned that it would conflict with the Windsor Framework. They said I was wrong, but the High Court in Belfast has said that we were correct. So on the steps that she's taking today in repealing both sections of the Illegal Migration Act and indeed the Safety of Rwanda Act as well, can she confirm as Home Secretary of this United Kingdom that our immigration policy will run throughout the entirety of this United Kingdom?
The honourable member makes an important point. I can assure him that our approach to both immigration and to asylum is for these to apply right across the UK and to recognise the importance of that and the importance of our border security as part of that UK-wide approach. Because most people across the UK want to see strong border security and a properly controlled and managed asylum and immigration system. So the UK does its bit to help, alongside other countries, to help those fleeing persecution. I will give way in a second. But so that those with no right to be here are swiftly returned, and so the rules are respected and enforced. None of those things have been happening in recent years because when this government took office, basic rules had stopped being enforced, the asylum system had been crashed, and smuggling gangs saw the UK as an easy target. And the last Conservative government completely lost control of our borders. I will give way to the honourable member, but then I would just say to the House that I will take many interventions, but I will also need to make progress before I take too many interventions. So I'll take the intervention for the honourable member.
Fair enough, and I'm grateful to the Secretary for giving way. She talks about the whole of the UK and how much they want this bill. What my little part of the UK is experiencing is population stagnation with decline coming in the 2030s. What we want and need is the tools to address this. A Scottish visa that will help our nation, supported by every sector and every business organisation. When will we get that to help with our issues?
Well, let me just repeat the answer I've just given. Our immigration asylum system applies right across the UK, and I would say to him that when net migration soared over the period of the last government, that did not address the labour market issues in Scotland, and that's why what we need to do is have a proper strategy that addresses the labour market issues rather than just seeing migration always as the answer. The last Conservative government completely lost control of our borders. Net migration quadrupled in the space of 3 years to a record high of nearly 1 million people as overseas recruitment soared, while training was cut in the UK. Immigration is important for the UK, but that is why it needs to be controlled and managed. And the party that told people they were taking back control of our borders instead just ripped all the controls up. 6 years ago, barely a handful of boats crossed the Channel. 300 people arrived by small boats in 2018. Within 4 years, that had risen to more than 30,000, a 100-fold increase, not just undermining our border security, but putting huge numbers of lives at risk. And the government failed to act fast with France and other countries to increase enforcement or to prevent the gangs taking hold. And instead, criminals were let off, and an entire criminal industry was established along our borders in just a few short years, with tragic consequences. I'll give way, she's going to remember.
For giving way, I'm most grateful to her. Nobody in this House supports criminal gangs. Nobody in this House supports people smugglers. And we recognise that there are some grotesque people exploiting people who are in a very vulnerable situation. But would she agree with me that those people that are getting on those boats are themselves desperate? Many are victims of wars. Many are victims of the most grotesque abuses of human rights, and people who themselves deserve to be treated with some respect. And so, by way of balance, should we not be working out a more sustainable route of safe routes for asylum seekers, safe routes for people to gain a place of safety, and recognise the massive contribution that many of these people will make to our community, our country and our society?
Well, the UK must always do its bit to help those who fled persecution. That's what we have done with Ukraine, with Afghanistan, and that will continue to be important. But no one should be making this dangerous journey on a boat across the Channel and being exploited by the criminal gangs who are profiting huge amounts of money, hundreds of millions of pounds they are making from putting lives at risk and from undermining our border security, because frankly it should be governments, not gangs, that decide who enters our country. And at the same time, under the last government, asylum decision-making collapsed, a 70% drop in monthly decision-making in the run-up to the election, an 80% drop in asylum interviews. The entire asylum system crashed by their chaotic legislation, driving the backlog up at huge cost to the taxpayer. And enforcement undermined, a 34% drop in returns compared to the last Labour government. Just 4 employers charged with illegally employing migrant workers in the space of 2.5 years. And of course, £700 million spent sending 4 volunteers to Rwanda. A programme that ran for more than 2 years and sent just 4 volunteers. We said, Madam Speaker, at the time, my Deputy Speaker at the time, we said at the time, frankly, it would have been cheaper to send those same people on a round trip to Australia on the former Prime Minister's private helicopter. It turns out it would have been cheaper to buy each of them a fleet of private helicopters themselves. Never mind, frankly, spending the money on paying for thousands more doctors, more nurses or police officers, or paying to boost our border security instead. So we said in our manifesto that we would stop the chaos, return order to the system. That's what this bill does, and that's exactly what we're doing. Since the election, we've started by ensuring rules are respected and enforced, because immigration is important, but the system should not be misused or abused. So we have transferred staff and resources from the failed Rwanda scheme and boosted returns and enforcement. The result is a 24% increase in enforced returns in the first 7 months for those who have no right to be in the UK. 19,000 people returned by the end of last month, including the 4 largest return charter flights in our country's history, and a 38% increase in illegal working raids and arrests compared to the same time period under the previous government. New biometric kits rolled out so immigration enforcement can check fingerprints and biometric residence permits on the spot, and already increasing the approach to prosecuting employers for exploitation and employment of illegal workers. I will give way to the honourable member.
I thank her for giving way. Of those that have been deported since she came into office, can she tell the House how many had crossed into the UK on a small boat?
Well, I should perhaps point her to her own government's record, which left us with a shocking and disgraceful backlog in the asylum system. We are now clearing that backlog so that small boat cases can now be returned, something that wasn't possible under her government's approach because, frankly, they never decided any asylum cases, and as a result, they couldn't even return anyone who arrived on small boat because their system was so broken. So not only is this government actually introducing the stronger powers to prevent small boats arriving in the first place, something that, shockingly, the party opposite seems to want to vote against this evening, shockingly, but we're also clearing the backlog so that we can return people and so that we can substantially increase returns compared to the total failure under the previous government. Madam Deputy Speaker, we've established our new Border Security Command to draw together the work of the Border Force, the National Crime Agency, the Police, Immigration Enforcement, the Foreign Office, the Intelligence and Security Agencies to strengthen our borders, backed by 150 million of funding for new technology and hundreds of specialist investigators, leading already to major joint operations with Belgium, France, Germany, Bulgaria and Iraq, taking out smuggler gang leaders and supply chains, because the criminals operate across borders, and so must we. And since the election, we have signed new agreements with Germany, Iraq, Italy, the Calais Group and G7, and we're drawing up new closer arrangements with France. And in parallel with our new UK Border Security Command, the French Interior Minister has announced increased enforcement along the coast and a new Criminal Intelligence and Investigations Unit to drive new action against organised immigration crime. But we need to go much further. And it's worth understanding how extensive and how vile this criminal industry really is, because it operates from the money markets of Kabul to the hills of Kurdistan, right across Europe, through the Western Balkans, across the Mediterranean, false advertising on social media, Hawala networks to channel the cash, huge supply chains of flimsy boats, weak engines, fake life jackets that wouldn't keep anyone afloat, shipping routes through Bulgaria, through Italy, through Spain, warehouses of boats in Germany, organised logistics networks through Belgium and northern France, and gangs that have become increasingly violent in their determination to make as much money as possible, crowding more and more people into flimsy boats, with women and children put in the middle, so that if the boats fold or sink, they are the first to be crushed or to be drowned. And they provide the fuel in flimsy containers which leak, so when they mix with the salt water, they inflict the most horrific burns. And the gang's latest tactic is to make people wait in freezing cold water, even in January, until a boat arrives from further along the shore to pick them up. The International Organisation for Migration estimates that at least 78 people died while attempting to cross the Channel in 2024. Families left devastated by the loss of loved ones, victims of a diabolical trade, the most disgraceful and immoral trade in people. I will give way to my own friend.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for giving way, and my honourable friend will accept that this is a difficult time to speak up for a fair and ethical immigration policy, with the tides of far-right politics sweeping Europe and maybe even lapping on the shores of this country. But does she accept that she has a danger of sounding like she's trying to stigmatise desperate migrants rather than building a fair system?
Well, I know the Mother of the House has had a long interest in these issues and has often spoken on these issues. I think the issue I would say to her is we have to have a fair and effective asylum and immigration system. Those are really important to the UK. Immigration has always been an important part of the UK. But in order for that to be so, the rules need to be respected and enforced. And we cannot allow the criminal gangs to end up putting lives at risk in this way or to undermine our border security. And it is a result of the operations of those criminal gangs that 78 people have died while attempting to cross the Channel in 2024, and the way we have seen these quite horrific tactics. I will give way to the Honourable Member.
I thank the Secretary of State for giving way. She's describing very clearly the grotesque way in which evil people traffickers encourage people to come across the Channel. One of the things my constituents find it really difficult to understand is why people want to come from France, a lovely country that many enjoy holidaying in, that is so safe, across the Channel. What does she understand as to why people make the journey across the Channel, and how will this bill specifically help to reduce the number who do so?
Well, she will know, or she should know, for many years this has been increasing. This challenge has been escalating for 6 years. We have seen this huge increase in the boats crossing. And underpinning the huge increase has been the development of a criminal industry. So back in 2018, there were just barely a handful of boat crossings before that. And now this entire criminal industry has developed. It's based on false advertising, it's based on marketing, it's based on also being able to promise people the ability to work illegally. And that is why the previous government's complete failure to take action, enforcement action around illegal working, to make sure that there were the proper systems in place to put returns into place, has also been deeply damaging as well. What the bill does is to provide statutory underpinning for the new Border Security Command. For too long, different agencies with responsibility for border security have been operating in silos without clear strategy or direction. But criminals can exploit that fragmentation. So the new Border Security Command we established last summer is drawing together the work of different agencies: the Border Force, National Crime Agency, local police forces, HMRC, immigration enforcement, the intelligence and security agencies, and also, because strengthening our borders means working internationally, the work of the Foreign Office on border security too. Led by former Police Chief Martin Hewitt, the Command is already having a real impact driving law enforcement cooperation across Europe and beyond. And by placing it on a statutory footing, securing its authority and direction, it means for the first time border security is being treated as the national security issue that it needs to be, engaging on the multiple challenges and threats we face around our borders. Second, the bill strengthens the powers law enforcement can use against ruthless and devious criminals. For too long, the ringleaders and facilitators of this wretched trade have been able to evade justice by ensuring that they're not present when the money changes hands or the boats set off. And that has to change. So, learning from the early intervention counter-terrorism powers, this bill will make possible much stronger early action against smuggler and trafficking gangs. New powers to better target the supply chains, making it an offence to organise the buying, selling and transporting of small boat parts, motors and engines to be used for illegal entry, not waiting until we can prove that the boats in question were actually used to arrive at Western Jet Foil. Making it an offence to organise the logistics or gather information for the purposes of organised immigration crime. Making clear this is targeting the criminal gangs profiting from trading in people, not those who help rescue others from serious danger or harm. And giving law enforcement the powers to seize and search mobile phones of those arriving on small boats to trace the gangs who organised their journey. As Rob Jones from the National Crime Agency has said, if you get effective legislation and you get concerted effort right across the system internationally, you can make a real difference. And that's why legislation like this is so important. Over the way to the Honourable Member.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the Home Secretary for giving way. Can she tell us, I've asked her this question before and she hasn't answered it yet, can she tell us which metric we should use and by which date if we're to ascertain whether she succeeded in smashing the gangs?
Well, we've been clear as part of the plan for change that the purpose is to reduce illegal migration, to reduce boats crossing the Channel, because no one should be making these dangerous journeys across the Channel. And that is why we have to take these powers in order to be able to go after the gangs, powers that, astonishingly, he and his party seem to want to vote against tonight, voting against the action that we need, voting in favour of the criminal gangs, letting them off the hook once again. Madam Deputy Speaker, I am also deeply concerned about the growing violence and risk to life. In the last 12 months, we've seen a disturbing number of cases where the French authorities tried to rescue people from dangerously overcrowded boats, where people, including children, were being crushed to death.
Will my good friend give way on that point?
I will give way when I've just finished this point. One such case was last April, when a 7-year-old girl died. But others on the boat refused rescue and remained on the boat to travel to the UK, even though people on that boat had died, even though many of them were complicit in the crushing and in putting lives at risk. We need to be able to take stronger action here in the UK. We need to be able to extradite people to return to France to face trial, but we also need powers here in the UK. So that is why a new offence of endangering life at sea is being introduced to send a clear message that we will take action on those who are complicit in the loss of life or risk to life at sea. Those involved in behaviour that puts others at risk of serious injury or death, such as physical aggression, intimidation, or rejecting rescue attempts, will face prosecution. I'll give way to my honourable friend.
I thank the Home Secretary for giving way. I support the intent of this bill in terms of reforming the asylum system and preventing further deaths in the Channel. The Prime Minister has formally promised to defend migrants and to develop a system based on compassion and dignity, and that can be resolved by looking at safe routes. People wouldn't put their lives on the line and put themselves in danger if there were safe routes. So can the Minister tell us what will be in this bill that supports safe routes?
Well, I say to my honourable friend, the purpose of this bill is to pursue the criminal gangs who are undermining border security and who are putting lives at risk. Because unless we do that, any other measure that we take in any direction will be undermined and will fail, because that is the way that the criminal gangs work, and that is why this is so important. The UK must always do its bit, has always done its bit alongside other countries to help those fleeing persecution. That's what we've done, for example, and continue to do for Afghanistan. But we also have to ensure that governments, not gangs, choose who enters our country, and also that we prevent this criminal trade in people that is putting lives at risk. So the bill will also upgrade serious crime prevention orders, which are a potentially vital tool but are currently underused. Under new interim serious crime prevention orders, the process will be streamlined, so strict curbs can be placed on individuals suspected of involvement in organised immigration crime before they are prosecuted and convicted, which could, for example, mean restrictions placed on travel, social media access, or the subject's finances, so that early intervention can prevent dangerous action as well. I'll give way to the honourable member.
The Secretary of State has outlined many of the issues which has taken to try and deal with the gangs. But the fact is, people come here because there are advantages in coming here. What is she doing to ensure that those advantages are removed so that there's no incentive for people to come to the United Kingdom? And secondly, what role will the border agency have between Northern Ireland and the Irish Republic, since the Irish Republic is also a route for illegal immigrants to come into the United Kingdom?
Well, you will be aware that the common travel area has long been in place, and of course that means arrangements have to be addressed differently. But I would say to him, look, what part of the problem has been with our whole asylum and immigration system is that issues around enforcement have just not been taken seriously enough for far too long. We've been very clear, the rules need to be respected and enforced. That is why we have substantially increased the resources, the staffing available for enforcement and returns. It's why we have had 19,000 people returned. It's why we have increased returns, for example, increased enforcement returns by 24%. It's why we've also increased the illegal working raids by 38% just since the election, a substantial increase in the illegal working raids and arrests because not enough action was being taken around illegal working, around employers exploiting people. And actually, if we don't have that system of proper enforcement, then people do think it's just too easy to ignore the rules, to break the rules, to ignore the system. And that is what we have to turn around. There has to be some credibility underpinning the asylum and immigration system. There has to be some enforcement to the rules, which frankly there just hasn't been for far too long. Additionally, Madam Deputy Speaker, we will introduce 2 new offences to criminalise the making, adapting, importing, supplying and offering to supply and possession of a specified the list of articles for use in serious crime. That includes templates for 3D printed firearms, pill presses and vehicle concealment. Stronger powers to go after dangerous criminals who are planning small boats, supplying small boats, putting lives at risk, undermining border security and organising serious crime. But yet, I will.
I'm very grateful, and I know she's doing her best to cover the waterfront, almost literally, but isn't part of the problem that so many of the criminal gang organisers are outside our jurisdiction? So how will these new laws apply to people that we cannot reach?
The Honourable Member makes a really important point because we have to do this in coordination with other countries. So alongside the UK setting up the Border Security Command, France is setting up their new Organised Immigration Crime Unit as a new intelligence centre and strengthening enforcement too. Alongside the UK strengthening our law to be able to go after the preparatory supply chains met by the people smugglers, Germany is also committed as part of our new agreement with them to strengthen their law so that they can take action against the warehouses which we know hold huge numbers of the flimsy boats that are then used in the channel to transport people across the channel and to put lives at risk. So he's absolutely right, this has to be done in cooperation and coordination with other countries because the best way to strengthen that border security is to work in cooperation. But the National Crime Agency are also clear that some of the organisers are here in the UK. Some of those, for example, who do the facilitation, who organise the supply chains, who organise and help plan some of the routes, the dropping off points, the advertising, some of them are also based here in the UK. And therefore, we need the powers to be able to go after them in the UK. If we're asking France, Germany and other countries to do their bit to help go after the criminal gangs, we need to make sure we are doing everything to do our bit as well. And that's why, to be honest, I find it absolutely astonishing that the Conservatives are planning to vote against this second reading tonight, against the provisions that we're putting forward. There's no point doing yeah but, no but, yeah but, no but. The impact of his reasoned amendment is to refuse to give a second reading to this bill, putting forward counter-terrorism style powers to go after the criminal people smugglers and traffickers who have undermined border security and put lives at risk. We've seen reasoned amendments down from Reform, from the SNP as well, all of them wanting to oppose this bill, wanting to oppose the powers that we need to go after the criminal gangs. Frankly, they should all explain why they want to let down the people of this country and stand up instead for the people smugglers and the traffickers who are putting lives at risk and undermining our border security. We believe on this side of the House that we should go after those gangs because we believe theirs is a vile and illegal trade. And Madam Deputy Speaker, the bill also strengthens intelligence gathering and sharing to tackle organised immigration crime. It will make it easier for customs data to be shared with the Home Office and police, provides for data held by the DVLA on UK registered trailers to be shared with law enforcement in real time, because the House will remember the terrible case where 39 people died in the back of a trailer in Essex. So this measure will help detect attempts to smuggle people or goods into the country illegally via lorry. And it will also provide for biometric checks to be taken more easily in different locations, including from Scottish ports and evacuation routes. And importantly too, the bill also restores order to the asylum system by putting an end to some of the failed gimmicks and unworkable mess that the previous government left us with, including sorting out the chaos created by the unworkable and contradictory provisions in the Illegal Migration Act, most of them so unworkable that Conservative ministers never commenced them and never implemented them. 34 major clauses that were passed through this House but never commenced because ministers knew they wouldn't work. 16 more that were commenced in law but never operationalised because they were simply unworkable. And the chaotic combination of Clause 9 and Clause 2, which meant that anyone who arrived could claim asylum, get asylum support, get put up in an asylum hotel, but the Home Office could never take a decision on their case, so they would have had to stay forever an asylum hotel California, where you never leave, the backlog soars, and the taxpayer foots the bill. So yes, we are repealing many of those chaotic and gimmicky and broken laws, including the Safety of Rwanda Act, which then allows us to withdraw from the UK-Rwanda treaty that would otherwise cost us hundreds of millions more pounds for an unworkable scheme. I will give way finally.
Thank you, and I thank the Home Secretary for giving way. She mentions asylum hotels. The government has actually opened more asylum hotels since I've been in office. So can she give us a date when she will meet her manifesto commitment to close the last asylum hotel?
Can I just point out to the honourable member that his party's previous government opened 400 hotels. This government has already cut the cost of asylum accommodation substantially, continuing to do so, and we've also had to start clearing the backlog that was created by the previous government collapsing asylum decisions in the run-up to the election, creating total chaos and increasing the backlog as well. Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill is about restoring order to the immigration asylum system, rebuilding our border security. Immigration has always been important to the UK, but that's why it should be controlled and managed so the system is fair. Our country will always do our bit to help those who fled persecution in conflict, but the system needs grip and control, not gimmicks, not false promises. Unlike our predecessors, we won't claim there's a single fantasy gimmick that will solve the serious challenges. The gangs have been allowed to take hold for 6 years, so it will take time to loosen that grip and to smash the networks that lie behind them. But there's no alternative to the hard graft of those going after those gang networks who've been getting away with it for far too long. And there's no alternative to working with international partners on this international crime, building new alliances against organised criminals, not just standing on the shoreline shouting at the sea. So if all the other parties are serious about tackling criminal gangs who undermine our border security and put lives at risk, if they're serious about tackling crime, if they're serious about tackling criminals, and if they're serious about protecting our borders, they will support this bill tonight. The gangs don't care about borders or whether the people they exploit live or die, but we have a responsibility to the British people who rightly expect our borders to be secure and for us to go after the criminal gangs who are undermining them. And we have a moral duty to prevent further tragedies and to stop the gangs who undermine that border security and put lives at risk. I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. I call Shadow Home Secretary Chris Philp.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, it's now been 7 months since this government came to office, so we've had a chance to have a look at their record. And I'm afraid it does not make very happy reading. Since the general election on July the 4th, 24,793 people have illegally, dangerously and unnecessarily crossed the English Channel. That is a 28% increase on the same period 12 months previously. And the Home Secretary stands there telling us how good her government's record is, yet illegal crossings have gone up 28% on her watch. Just in a minute. She promised that she would end the use of asylum hotels. And my honourable friend, the member for Broxbourne, asked her when she would deliver that manifesto commitment. Just a minute. And she didn't answer the question. The truth is, after the election, there were 6,000 more people in asylum hotels. A failure on her watch. And then she crows, just 1 minute, and then she crows about removal numbers, not mentioning, of course, that 3/4 of these removals were voluntary and only a tiny fraction of those removals relate to people who arrived by small boat. And if we look at the number, I will just give way just 1 second, and if we look at the number who were removed having arrived by small boat, in the first 3 months of this government, that number actually went down. And in fact, the removals of small boat arrivals in that first 3 months, the most recent period for which figures are available, amount to only 4% of small boat arrivals. So how can she stand there telling us that letting 96% of illegal immigrants stay here is some kind of deterrent? It isn't. I'll give way.
I thank the Right Honourable Gentleman for giving way on that point. He seems very keen to reflect on the records of governments. In 2010, the number of people in the asylum system reached a record low of over 20 years. By the time his government had left office, it had ballooned by 13 times to 225,000. I wonder whether the Shadow Home Secretary could reflect on who was responsible for that.
Well, I wonder if the honourable gentleman knows which government it was who gave an effective asylum amnesty. It was the previous Labour government. And if he's so interested in the asylum backlog, does he know whether the asylum backlog has gone up or down under this new government? It's gone up. It's gone up. Just like the number of illegal migrants crossing the Channel has gone up, leaving a safe country, France, from which there is no necessity to depart in order to find safety. France has a fully functioning asylum system, doesn't it?
I thank the Shadow Home Secretary for giving way. In 2018, 400 crossed. Under your government's watch, 130,000 crossed the border. Will you apologise now?
Well, the honourable gentleman is obviously not aware that in 2023 the numbers were going down, and since his government came to office on July the 4th last year, the number has gone up by 28%. Let me now turn to the bill that is in front of us, having discussed the failings since July the 4th. But I see first there's an intervention coming from Northern Ireland, to which I happily give way.
He has noted that the number of asylum claims have gone up since the present government came to power. Yet thousands have been wiped off because they've been automatically given permission to stay in the United Kingdom. Does he not think that that is one of the reasons why we will continue to see people flooding in here, because they know that it's an easy touch? They can just come here and get granted asylum?
Well, I think my honourable friend makes a very good point. The asylum grant rate in this country has actually gone up in recent months, and it is high by comparison to some other European countries. And that is obviously a potential draw factor, a pull factor, for people considering the dangerous and unnecessary crossing over the English Channel. So the honourable gentleman makes a very good point indeed. Now let me say a word about this bill in general before discussing its specifics. This is a bill which removes the obligation on the government. It cancels the obligation on the government to remove people who have arrived illegally. I think that is a shocking move. It creates a pathway to citizenship for people who have entered the country illegally. That will only increase the pull factor. And it completely cancels any prospect of establishing a removals deterrent, which the National Crime Agency says is necessary. Happily give way.
How many people were removed under their so-called deterrent by the previous government? How many?
Four. Be aware that it never even started. The first flight was due to take off on July the 24th, and his government cancelled it before it even started. That is their mistake, and as a result of that, illegal crossings have gone up by 28%. This isn't a border security bill, given the measures I've just mentioned. It is a border surrender bill. It is a weak bill. It is a weak bill from a weak government. Of course, I'll give way.
I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way. I sat on that side of the House when we had one of these ferocious debates. That time it was about Brexit, when this side of the House talked about surrenders and traitors and weak. Yeah. He's now doing the same from that side of the House. Does he honestly believe that sort of language is conducive to getting to a solution? Does he think it makes any one person in this House feel better about themselves? Does he think it gives him the moral high ground? Because I think what it does is exposes his own inability to conduct an argument in a way that is vaguely civil.
Yeah. Well, I think a bill which creates a path to citizenship for illegal migrants and cancels the obligation on the government to remove people who arrive illegally is a shocking piece of legislation, and that is why we have tabled the reason amendment in the terms that we have. And on that topic, I have given away a lot. Let me just make some progress. On that point, the Home Secretary, I will give way in just 1 second. On that point, the Home Secretary asked about the opposition's position on various topics. Our reason amendment makes clear that we do support measures to increase criminal penalties and on measures such as legislating against articles for use in serious and organised crime, measures that we introduced as part of the Criminal Justice Bill last year. But we do not support a path to citizenship for people who arrive illegally. We do not support cancelling the government's obligation to remove them, and that is why we've moved the reasoned amendment. Of course, I give way.
Thank you. Well, perhaps the Shadow Home Secretary can confirm that the measure from the IMA on citizenship, he can confirm, was never commenced because it was in fact unworkable. And in fact, what this government has done has actually strengthened the powers to make sure that small boat arrivals cannot get citizenship by strengthening the rules, because we've in fact done more on 7 months than his party did in 14 years. And if he really wants to support counter-terrorism style powers, why is he going to vote against a second reading tonight?
Well, the reasoned amendment makes very clear we do support those powers, but we do not support the totality of the bill. And in terms of tough action, she has yet to explain to the House why these illegal crossings have gone up by 28% on her watch. Now, I've got to make some progress. Now, let me just turn to some of the detail in this bill. And let me start with the Border Security Commander. Now, the only problem with the Border Security Commander is that he can't actually command anything. If you look at the provisions in this bill, there are no powers at all. There are merely functions. And if we look in Clause 3 of this bill, we see that these functions include publishing a strategic priority document. And we see, furthermore, in section or clause 4, there is a duty to prepare an annual report. I don't think preparing a strategic priority document and publishing an annual report is very likely to smash the gangs. This Border Security Commander has no clear powers, merely an ability to publish documents and publish reports. The honourable gentleman has been extremely persistent, and I guess persistence deserves its reward.
Thank you for the reward. I hope to return one. The Border Security, Asylum and Immigration Bill should help UK law enforcement act earlier and faster to disrupt people smuggling networks and give us additional tools to target them and their business models. That's a direct quotation from the NCA Director General. The Conservative Party is about to oppose and vote against this bill. Why does the Shadow Home Secretary think that he knows better than the Director General of the National Crime Agency?
Well, I might gently say the point of a debate is to engage in just that rather than read out a pre-prepared question. But he will be aware that the National Crime Agency have said we need a deterrent, and this bill removes any legislative prospect of having a deterrent, and that is why we will be opposing it. Now, the Home Secretary talked about various new offences, including endangering life at sea and activities preparatory to supporting illegal migration. Now, of course, no one in this House on either side or of any party wants to see that happening. But the measures she is proposing essentially duplicate or repeat the existing provisions to be found in Section 25 of the Immigration Act 1971, amended by, I think, the Nationality and Borders Act 2022, which provide that facilitating illegal immigration, that's quite a broad term, facilitating illegal immigration, is already a criminal offence. And unlike her endangering life at sea offence, which carries a 5-year maximum, the facilitating illegal migration offence in Section 25 of the Immigration Act carries a maximum sentence of life. That was recently increased from 14 years up to life. And guess who voted against that increase in the sentence? She did, Madam Deputy Speaker. So while supporting the thrust of those new clauses, they are really, I think, already covered by the tougher existing facilitating illegal immigration offence that exists that I set out a second ago. Now, there are also plans in here to seize phones in sections, or clauses rather, 19 to 26. And of course, in principle, those are things that we support. But that power exists already in Section 15 and Schedule 2 of the Illegal Immigration Act 2023. So there is an element there of duplication. Now, let me move on to the more objectionable parts of this bill. And let me start with Section 37, or Clause 37 rather, which repeals the entirety of the Safety of Rwanda Act. Now, as we have, which appears to command some rather unwise enthusiasm on the other side of the House. Now, the Rwanda scheme, as I've said already, was due to start on the 24th of July with the first flight, following extensive legal challenge and legislation in this House. Very unwisely, the government chose never to start that scheme, which would have seen a deterrent effect, because it stands to reason if you try and cross illegally into a country like the UK and you're going to get removed to Rwanda, you're not going to bother trying to cross in the first place. We've seen that kind of scheme work elsewhere. We've seen it work in Australia around about 10 years ago with their Operation Sovereign Borders. We've seen it work here as well in 2023 when we had a removals agreement with Albania, which saw Albanians go from being the most numerous cohort crossing the Channel. That went down by 93%. Because again, it stands to reach it stands to reason, if you arrive here and get removed, you won't bother crossing in the first place. But don't take my word for that. The National Crime Agency says you need a deterrent, and even their own border security commander, who can't command very much, Martin Hewitt, says we need a deterrent. Now, somebody was very enthusiastically seeking to intervene. I'll take that intervention over.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Shadow Home Secretary has said that the National Crime Agency has suggested that Rwanda would be a deterrent. The head of the National Crime Agency has specifically said others are implying that we support Rwanda, and that isn't true. Would you withdraw that?
No, what the National Crime Agency said was that we need a deterrent. That is what they said, that is what I quoted, and their own border security commander made the same point. I give way.
I thank the Right Honourable Friend for giving way. Last year, as part of the Joint Committee on Human Rights, I went to visit Rwanda to see Hope Hostel and see the accommodation that was going to be provided to those people who were moved under the Rwanda scheme. And what I learned from that visit was that, firstly, yes, people will be deterred from going across the Channel, but also that those migrants who were sent to Rwanda would have been well looked after, well cared for, and being able to set up a new life free from war and famine that they were fleeing.
That's true.
Yeah, well, look, I thank my honourable friend for her intervention and for taking the time and trouble to actually go and visit Rwanda, which almost no opponent of this bill has ever actually bothered doing. And it's quite clear that the Rwanda scheme would have had a deterrent effect had they allowed it to start. And I say the National Crime Agency have said that. We've seen it work in Australia. And the fact that this government is only removing 4% of people who cross by small boat, meaning 96% are able to stay, explains why so many more people have crossed the Channel under this government compared to the previous regime. Now, I've already given. I'll try a New York member opposite over here.
I thank the Right Honourable Gentleman for giving way. Can the Right Honourable Gentleman and other honourable members opposite look themselves in the mirror, Madam Deputy Speaker, with a hand on their heart and say that a great nation like us, this country,
outsourcing its asylum policy to a country like Rwanda is really, in good conscience, the correct way of behaving, as I said, for a country like ours that believes in the international rule of law? Can he really look himself in the mirror and say that he agrees that that is the right policy for this country?
The right policy for this country is that the government decides who comes into this country and not people smugglers, and that unlike this government, we actually have a plan to deliver that. I would point out to him that France is a safe country. There is no need to cross the English Channel to flee war or to seek asylum. France has a perfectly well-functioning asylum system. And when it comes to people who are genuinely in need, this country has a proud record. In fact, the Home Secretary herself referred to initiatives undertaken by the last government, rather generously, I might say. And that includes things like the Ukraine scheme, allowing people in from Ukraine, 200,000 or 300,000. It includes the UK resettlement scheme that ran between about 2015 and 2020, welcoming, I think, about 25,000 Syrians. It includes the provisions made for British nationals overseas who came here from Hong Kong. It includes the Arak and Arab schemes for people in Afghanistan. That is the record of this country, and indeed the last government, on people who are in genuine need. But people leaving France, conveyed here by people smugglers, overwhelmingly single young men, are not the people we should be facilitating to enter. Let me move on now, Madam Deputy Speaker, to the provisions in this bill to repeal much of the Illegal Immigration Act 2023. One of the provisions which this repeals and therefore deprives the government of the ability ever to use it is Section 2, which creates an obligation on the government to remove people who come here illegally. I would just point out to those people who are concerned about genuine asylum seekers, Section 2, subsection 4 of the IMA does make clear that the provision does not apply if somebody comes directly from a place of danger. That is consistent, of course, with Article 33 of the Refugee Convention 1951, which members will be familiar with. But people who come here directly from France, a safe country where no one is being persecuted, which has a perfectly well-functioning asylum system, should not be illegally entering the United Kingdom. And another clause, or another section rather, of the Illegal Migration Act 2023, which this bill repeals, is Section 32. And Section 32 of the IMA prevents people entering the country illegally from gaining citizenship. So by repealing that section, this bill is creating a pathway to citizenship for people who have entered the country illegally, and I think that is unconscionable. It also repeals Sections 57 and 58 of the Illegal Migration Act, a topic on which the Immigration Minister and I have had some correspondence, which concerns scientific age assessment methods. Now, every European country, apart from this one, use scientific age assessment techniques, which are, for example, an X-ray of the wrist, but there are other methods as well. And that is important, because quite a few people entering the country illegally, who might be in their early or even mid-20s, falsely claim to be under the age of 18. And without a scientific age assessment method like an X-ray of the wrist, but there are other methods as well, it's very hard to determine their age. And that creates some very serious safeguarding issues. There have been cases of men in their frankly, mid-20s ending up in schools with teenage girls, which carries obvious safeguarding risks. Now, I think in 2024, there was a statutory instrument that commenced the power to start using these age assessment techniques. And I would really ask the government, clearly that was quite soon before the election, I really hope the new government will use those powers and start using wrist X-rays or other techniques to make sure people can't falsely claim to be under 18 when in fact they are not. And I'd be grateful if the Immigration Minister, who I suspect is winding up, could provide an update on that in her winding up, because we would certainly support her work in that area. And as I say, there is an important safeguarding element to this, as well as simply a migration element. But I do notice that in repealing Section 57 of the IMA, the government will no longer be able to treat as over 18 somebody who refuses one of those tests. I know there are some predating provisions in the Nationality and Borders Act, but this provision being repealed is stronger, and I do think in the circumstances that may be rather unwise. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, there are various things that I think are missing from this bill. We're going to be tabling various amendments during the passage that will seek to introduce much stronger measures, but there are two which I would like to particularly point to at this second reading. The first of those is there is no mechanism in this bill for a binding annual cap on legal migration. Now, I think we can all agree that numbers, and I've taken lots of interventions, I think we can all agree that numbers in recent years have been far too high. And what is needed is a binding cap which Parliament can vote on, so Parliament can decide how many visas are issued each year. Now, I believe the Prime Minister was asked about that and said he didn't agree with it. But I think this bill is an ideal opportunity to create that power for Parliament, for us, the directly elected representatives of the people, to vote each year on how many of those visas get handed out. So perhaps the Immigration Minister will execute a considered U-turn and embrace the suggestion I've just made. And on the topic of legal migration, the last government, in fact, I think it was my honourable friend, the former Home Secretary, the member for Braintree, who I can see in his place, announced an increase to the threshold for dependent visas. It went up somewhat in April of last year. It was due to go up again in April of this year, in just a couple of months' time, to about £38,000. I'd be grateful to know whether the government will or will not go ahead with that plan, which will, of course, control some of those numbers. The second area which I think requires further legislation is around indefinite leave to remain, which the Leader of the Opposition and I spoke about last week. Indefinite leave to remain, as the title implies, confers an indefinite right to reside here and provides a number of privileges, including access to full benefits, social housing, pension rights, and so on. And it's our view in the opposition that that should only be granted if the person that's come here has made, for work purposes, has made a genuine contribution. So has earned more than they've paid in taxes, which you could measure by reference to a salary threshold. And if after someone comes here to work, it turns out they haven't worked, if it's turned out they've become a burden on the taxpayer, if it turns out they've worked at a very low level of wages, which implies they are not making a net contribution, then it strikes us as fair that they do not get indefinite leave to remain, but instead the visa is not renewed. The Office for Budget Responsibility published last September an analysis showing that migrants on low wages carry a lifetime fiscal cost to the rest of the taxpayers of £500,000. The Centre for Policy Studies published analysis, I think actually yesterday, showing that the fiscal cost of those that might receive ILR in the next 4 or 5 years will amount to £234 billion over their lifetime. We don't think it's reasonable for taxpayers to bear a cost so high for people who have only arrived relatively recently and have not significantly contributed. So we will be tabling amendments to ensure that only those coming here on work visas who have actually made a contribution will be eligible for indefinite leave to remain. And I'd be grateful to know if the Immigration Minister will or will not support that measure. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, we see a government that's presided over 25,000 illegal crossings since they came to office, a 28% increase on the same period 12 months ago. They have failed to remove 96% of the people who have crossed the Channel. They scrapped the Rwanda deterrent before it even started, even though the National Crime Agency and their own border security commander said a deterrent is needed, and we've seen it work in Australia. We see a bill here which cancels the government's obligation to remove people that have come illegally. We see them creating a path to citizenship for illegal migrants. This is a weak bill from a weak government, and that's why we're going to be opposing it.
The original question was that the bill be now read a second time since when an amendment has been proposed as on the order paper. The question is that the amendment be made. And we will start with an immediate 5-minute time limit, with the exception of frontbench speeches. And I call Preet Gill.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I start by welcoming this important bill, which will introduce new counter-terror style powers to identify, disrupt and smash the people smuggling gangs. May I take this opportunity to commend the Home Secretary on the work the government has already done to remove foreign criminals and immigration offenders at the highest rate since 2018. By restarting asylum processing to clear the backlog and redeploying 1,000 staff to work on immigration enforcement, the government has been able to deport over 16,000 people, with the last government deported just 4 volunteers. Today I want to focus on a particular aspect of this bill which I have been campaigning for a change on, which is extremely important and has gone largely overlooked. Clause 43 and 44, which introduces new offences to clamp down on the rise of 3D printed firearms. The rise of 3D printed guns is a serious threat. 3D printed firearms present a new challenge to law enforcement because they can easily be made at home. They are untraceable and undetectable by magnetometers in places such as airports and courthouses. And whilst the UK has been successful in policing gun crime, law enforcement agencies have warned they are underpowered to tackle this rising threat, so I am glad to say that this bill addresses that. Birmingham, where I represent, has regrettably become the gun capital of the United Kingdom, with nearly 600 firearm offences recorded in the West Midlands police area last year. In 2023, a local man was convicted of possession of a range of homemade assault rifles manufactured with a 3D printer in his home. That is why last year I introduced the Firearm 3D Printing Bill to Parliament. That would make it an offence of possessing and sharing blueprints to build these deadly weapons and make it an offence to possess part of a 3D printed firearm. I worked with Channel 4 and Middle Child TV on a documentary into this issue. I was shocked to find that files containing IKEA-like step-by-step guides to 3D print firearms at home can be downloaded in as little as 3 clicks from the web. And that is putting the public at risk. So I'm delighted that ministers have wasted no time in closing this loophole and introduced in much-needed legislation and backing my bill. Madam Deputy Speaker, the horrors of the Dunblane massacre in the 1990s means that the UK has got much on gun control right. I think our constituents see the mass shooting in other countries and are thankful for the strong gun controls we have here in the United Kingdom. But that has never been a reason to be complacent, and the rise of 3D printed technology in recent years has presented a novel new threat. You can buy a 3D printer for £150. And as we saw in the Luigi Mangione case in the United States, 3D printed firearms are not toys, they're deadly weapons. Some might look like Nerf guns, but 3D printed weapons can kill. And in the United Kingdom, they are growing in popularity. In recent years, we have seen several cases. In 2023, a man from Bradford was held in possession of a FGC-9 homemade automatic submachine gun, magazine and bullets. In May 2023, 2 men from Bradford and Hull were convicted of plotting to build and supply homemade weapons to criminal gangs. And in the same month, National Crime Agency officers uncovered a factory in South London that was converting blank-firing guns into lethal weapons using 3D printed parts. And early this year, the first Islamist extremist was jailed for 7 years after being found with instructions on how to build 3D printed weapons. And I mentioned the case in Birmingham, where a man was convicted of making assault rifles in his own home, similar in size and scope of the AK-47. And the point of this legislation is to limit the accessibility of blueprints and preventing dangerous people from using them, to undermine gun control in the United Kingdom and sending a strong message that the law will come down on those who want to do harm to our country. I want to conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, by saying that this Labour government came to power promising safer streets, and I'm proud that we are taking strong action to deliver on that pledge. In a weaponising world, legislation must keep pace with new technology and the rise of new novel threats. My call for a change in legislation has meant those seeking to undermine our gun controls, to commit criminal acts under the radar by downloading and sharing blueprints to make 3D printed guns will now face criminal charges, and I want to thank the government for this. Turning finally to other measures in this bill, I commend the government for taking a practical approach to Britain's border security. The last government's efforts were a disaster. They stopped processing asylum cases while failing to deport people with no right to be here, meaning thousands upon thousands of asylum seekers have been left to languish in hotels and B&Bs across the country, costing the taxpayer billions. Even more self-defeating was the last government's decision to write a blank cheque out of Britain's aid budget to pay for this mess, taking away funding to tackle the crisis many people are fleeing in the first place. There is no solution to the global displacement crisis without international development. The Border Security Bill is right to focus on the smuggling glands. We need to break the business model of these vile criminals who are still shipping families across the Channel, even in the freezing cold, with no concern as to whether they live or die. This bill will equip our law enforcement agencies with the powers that they need to stop them, disrupt their supply chains, and bring most of those who profit from human misery to justice. These new counter-terror style powers... Liberal Democrat spokesperson Lisa Smart.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. We all want to stop these dangerous channel crossings wherever we may sit on the political spectrum. There are some measures proposed in the bill that we on the Lib Dem benches support, some we don't think will be effective enough, and some we will seek to amend at committee stage. When in government, the Conservatives systematically dismantled safe and legal routes to sanctuary, forcing desperate people into the arms of criminal smugglers. And at the same time, they mismanaged our asylum system so badly that they allowed a massive backlog to build up, with thousands of people stuck in limbo, banned from working and contributing to society, and costing taxpayers millions. The current asylum system isn't working for anyone. It isn't working for the communities like mine, whose hotels are being used to house asylum seekers. It isn't working for those housed in those hotels for months and years, waiting for their applications to be processed, unable to get on with their lives and integrate, banned from paying their fair share by working, thereby paying tax, and too often called by their room number rather than their name. And it certainly isn't working for the taxpayer who is forking out millions to pay for this broken system. The Liberal Democrats want a fair, effective immigration and asylum system that treats people with dignity and respect. And that means scrapping the unworkable and inhumane Rwanda scheme and investing the savings in clearing the asylum backlog. That means real action against the criminal gangs profiting from human misery, but it also means tackling the root causes of this crisis rather than just chasing headlines. Applications should be processed quickly so that those with a right to be here can integrate and contribute, and those without the right to be here can be returned swiftly. This bill, however, fails to provide a humane, legally sound and effective framework to achieve those goals. And one of the biggest gaps, Madam Deputy Speaker, is in the area of modern slavery. The last government brought in the Illegal Migration Act, which shamefully stripped protections from those who arrive irregularly in the UK, leaving victims at risk of further exploitation. This bill does not reverse these measures, which exclude asylum seekers from the protections under the Modern Slavery Act.
Absolutely right.
Further, without access to the national referral mechanism, survivors of modern slavery are left without the support they need to rebuild their lives. And surely the government can see that this plays right into the hands of the very criminals they claim to be fighting, by keeping victims trapped in exploitation rather than helping them escape. I will give way.
I thank the Honourable Lady for giving way. I just want to point out that unlike some of the reporting, when the bill was published, the vast majority of those clauses in the Illegal Migration Act which prevented children and others from having access to the national referral mechanism have in fact been repealed.
I thank the Minister for her intervention, and it's good to see the vast majority of them. We'll get into the detail of all of them when we get to Bill Committee stage. Because during the passage of the Illegal Migration Act, the Lib Dems tabled amendments to remove these restrictions, amendments which, had they been accepted, would have protected survivors and made it easier to bring traffickers to justice. And if the government is serious about smashing these gangs, they should commit also to establishing a new single enforcement body to crack down on modern slavery in the UK, as the previous government once promised and failed to deliver. Whether it's domestic workers, seasonal agricultural workers, or, in the case of a raid on a Stockport abattoir only last week, meat processing workers, modern slavery is happening across our country today. And we look forward to scrutinising the bill in detail, line by line, when it gets to committee. Madam Deputy Speaker, the bill also continues the indefensible policy of detaining children for extended periods, a policy that undermines the UK's commitment to child welfare and international protections for unaccompanied minors. The Liberal Democrats would end the detention of children for immigration purposes entirely and reduce detention for adults to an absolute last resort with a strict 28-day limit. Another shortcoming is a lack of any serious attempt to improve safe and legal routes for asylum seekers. The government continues to restrict these routes, forcing vulnerable people to risk their lives at sea, and surely those on the opposite benches can see the conflict of cracking down on these gangs while simultaneously forcing asylum seekers into their hands.
Absolutely.
By shutting down legal routes, the previous government made the Channel crossings crisis worse. Under this government, the cap on safe and legal arrivals remains, limiting those who wish to travel safely to the UK to claim asylum rather than turning to smugglers.
The Liberal Democrats would take a different approach. We would expand and properly fund the UK resettlement scheme, introduce humanitarian travel permits and widen family reunion rules to better protect children. If we truly want to tackle smuggling gangs, we must cut off their business model, and that means the existence of safe and legal routes. This bill could go and should go further to improve cross-border cooperation. Stopping the gangs that profit from human trafficking requires more collaboration with our European partners. The UK should be working more closely with Europol and the French authorities to track and dismantle smuggling operations before people even reach the Channel. As the Home Secretary said, this is an international crisis and it needs an international solution. The UK should be leading in Europe on this. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Conservatives have long failed on immigration. They failed to stop the boats, failed to clear the asylum backlog and failed to crack down on trafficking gangs. The bill, for all its rhetoric, has too many missed opportunities and we look forward to scrutinising it in detail. The Liberal Democrats will continue to fight for an immigration system that is fair, humane and effective. Thank you.
Margaret Mullane.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This bill paves the way to end 14 years of gimmicks and sticky plaster politics. The last government threw $700 million of taxpayers' money at the Rwanda scheme. A scheme from that time, it was introduced to the day it was scrapped, saw 84,000 people arrive on our shores in small boats. However, given the focus of this bill, I think it's important that clear distinctions are drawn on its purpose and on immigration itself. Workers arriving here legally to fill the gaps in industry and institutions like our NHS are vital contributors to our society and economy. Migrant labour and immigration from Ireland and the Commonwealth nations built my constituency in the 1920s and 30s. Not only is this part of Dagenham and Rainham's heritage, but it's also my heritage as the daughter of an Irish immigrant. My dad came here for work in the 50s and contributed to our society throughout his whole life. Equally, those fleeing war and devastation, human rights abuses and more have an international right to seek asylum. It's also important to acknowledge that our borders cannot be open door, especially not to criminality or exploitation that brings us to the focus of this bill. This is why I welcome the Border Security, Asylum and Immigration Bill, and I will be supporting this through today's second reading. This bill seeks to close the gaps, ensuring that law enforcement agencies are granted the counter-terrorist style powers to tackle organised immigration crime. There is a public perception, and a perception of some new to this House, that those arriving here are somehow stealing from the British people, taking something away, whether it be jobs, homes or services. The truth of the matter is that many thousands of those who arrive on our shores find themselves exploited and trapped, used in criminality and thrown into the life of modern slavery. They have no recourse to public funds, they're not accessing our services, and without citizenship or NI, they are not taking our homes and jobs. Lives are being lost, but the organised crime groups fuelling this, who are despicable people, do not care if the people exploited live or die, as long as they make a profit. Back in October 2019, close to my constituency, we saw how this leads to terrible tragedy, which the Home Secretary spoke of earlier, when 39 men and women were found dead in a lorry in Grays. This cannot continue. This bill is first and foremost a way to disrupt organised immigration crime by scaling up law enforcement and a response to border security checks. This is about this government getting things done, being tough on crime and tough on the causes, protecting our borders while still ensuring that vulnerable and victims of organised crime are offered the protection they deserve. Thank you.
Father of the House, Sir Edward Leigh.
This is an absolutely vital issue, and Labour voters feel about it as strongly as Conservative voters. And our ability as a country to control these inability as a country to control these people smugglers is utterly debilitating to the political process and is causing tremendous unhappiness and angst in our nation. And we can throw brickbats across the House and blame each other, what minister is responsible or not. But unless we solve this problem together, we are simply feeding a vast populist movement that could be intensely damaging to both the Conservative and Labour parties. So we have to work together to solve it. Now, I know that I won't persuade Labour to support the Rwanda scheme, but experience shows that the only effective deterrent is to detain and deport. And we know that from other countries, from Australia. So I'm not going to get involved in Rwanda is right or not, or how many were exported on. I just want to make that point. And we have to. Now, let me illustrate, because the devil is in the detail. Because it's ineffective. I agree the government, is commended for wanting to be seen to do something, but it's ineffective. So it scraps the Rwanda scheme. Now, let me deal with one detail to prove this point. Article 33 of the Refugee Convention forbids returning refugees to countries where they may be at risk, but it creates a specific exemption for those who claiming refugee status who either pose a danger to the security of the country or have been convicted of a particular serious crime. Now, this exception exists regardless of the threat being persecuted. Therefore, you can export somebody under the Refugee Convention to Afghanistan if they're a criminal. Article 3 of the ECHR is a very sensible and restrained one-sentence article prohibiting torture. However, the European Court has expanded its meaning to interpret it as prohibiting governments from returning an individual to a country where they could be subject to inhuman or degrading treatment. So this is a massive extension of Article 3's very sensible and reasonable intention. I'm sorry to go into this detail, but it's absolutely essential to understand what's going on. It's typical of how judges have worked to undermine legitimate government action undertaken by elected representatives. Now, I was in the hemicycle of the Council of Europe 2 weeks ago, and I sat there listening to Lord Homer saying that he would always accept every interpretation of the Convention. He said that in the hemicycle. He would always accept. Now, this is unhealthy, I believe, and undermines our democracy, as well as the public legitimacy of the system. The Refugee Convention was drafted in 1949 in tandem with the ECHR. It's very old, even older than I am, and that's something. And it was drafted by the same people. It was never intended that the ECHR would apply to immigration at that time. It was only in the 1980s that judges in the European Court extended it. And in 1996, in Shahal v. the UK, it was held that there was an absolute rule to prevent exporting criminals. So, I'm a delegate to the Parliamentary Assembly. The government, of course, should work with other members there to seek to revise the Convention. Every European government is struggling. We're all in the same mess. But, of course,
way, and does he not agree that the European Convention on Human Rights and the European Court of Human Rights is not a pick and mix? If we've signed up for it, we're part of the Convention, we have to abide by the decisions taken by the European Court. And he seems to be wanting to have an approach which does not accept the judiciary of that court over UK law, which is implicit within the Human Rights Act in this country.
The honourable gentleman has a particular point of view about this, but I'm trying to inform the House that the Convention was never intended to apply to immigration. The Refugee Convention applied to it, and under the Refugee Convention we can export criminals. It's judges who have extended it. And therefore, unless we persuade the court to change, I'm afraid if we want to solve this problem, if we want to actually stop people coming across the channel, if we want to detain and deport, in the end, we are going to have to grasp this nettle and get out of the ECHR. Now, there is precedent for issuing a temporary derogation, given that we're facing a crisis, and we are. But if that is not heeded, we always have the option to leave the Convention altogether and opt out of the Strasbourg Court's expansive rulings. That covers the criminals claiming asylum or entering illegally. For non-criminals, as I say, you do need a programme like Rwanda. It may not be Rwanda, I'm not going to convince the government on that, but you need something. And when it comes to legal migration, the government, any government, must stop subsidising legal arrivals, undercutting existing workers in Britain. Now, the Conservative government, I admit, too late, and I'm very critical of my own government for allowing this mass immigration to this country. From the backbenches, I was constantly raising these points, but at least, too late, the Conservative government committed to raising the earnings minimum to meet the average earnings in the UK. This must be kept up to date and enforced. So I'll end on this point. If we're going to solve this crisis, what we need to do, ultimately, is to get out of the convention, stop the boats, and stop importing low-paid workers legally.
Shaun Davies.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's an honour to be following the Father of the House. And my starting point would be that, alongside a deterrent, maybe, the first foundational point of any system needs to be a control at the border. And over the last 14 years, we certainly have not had that control at the border. And my constituents tell me that they want change, they want fairness at the heart of the border and asylum system. And there's been chaos that has seen at least 77 souls lose their lives by drowning while crossing the Channel last year alone. Around a third of those souls were children. Chaos that saw £700 million wasted on a scheme that did nothing to stop those crossings, but paid for a grand total of 4 migrants to voluntarily move to Rwanda. Chaos that saw tens of thousands of people come to the UK and spend years in hotels, including a manor house in my town, military bases, while our serving personnel waiting for homes, and barges because the government of the day refused to process the claims. This bill marks a sea change away from chaos and towards security. That security allows us to tackle the human trafficking gangs with counter-terrorism style laws and tactics, to go after them, to lock them up and take the possession of the proceeds of crime. The security that allows us to welcome the best and the brightest around the world to make our country a better place. Those people who contribute to public services, our cultural sector, our world-leading technology sector, research and innovation, and those who have driven, who are a part of the most talented people around the world to make our country a better place, together with those people that help our country around the world, including Afghan interpreters. And when things go wrong, people in Telford expect that the country, the state, has the ability, the right and the mechanism to remove those people when laws are broken, when time is up. And this bill takes welcome first steps, enabling the state to remove those people who have no right to remain here, and in particular those who come to the UK to commit crime. And I would urge the government to go further, to allow British judges to impose standalone deportation orders in cases where the public interest is served. During the general election campaign, many voters asked me about illegal migration. Many of them had concerns about small boat crossings. They felt that Britain should have control over our borders. Britain should decide who can and who can't enter our country. Illegal small boat crossings undermine that principle and makes it impossible to have an asylum and immigration system that is both fair and functional. This bill gives Britain a better deal. It protects vulnerable people against human trafficking and dangerous small boat crossings, and it restores laws and orders across our borders. It will give us greater powers to identify and detain the people behind the industry. It creates a criminal offence of supplying or handling items that are used for organised immigration crime. And at long last, it allows us to tackle the problem upstream, to stop the backlog the size of Colchester building up as it did under the last Conservative government's watch. Today's bill is about illegal migration and our approach to it, the merits of legal migration and how to ensure a fair and balanced system starts with the government's ability to decide who comes in and who does not, who stays and who does not. This bill is a first step to ensuring that this Parliament, on behalf of the British people, makes that decision, not criminal gangs who make money from exploiting and trafficking children, women and men. After 14 years, the Shadow Home Secretary should have stood up with an apology. And there's a warning to our public as well. Those who come with simple solutions to complex problems are not telling you the truth. This is a first step in the hard work to take back control of our borders.
Chair of the Home Affairs Committee, Dame Karen Bradley.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's an honour to follow my fellow Select Committee member. And he makes exactly the right point when he says there's no easy answers, because this is a problem. I stand here in another immigration bill debate. I don't know how many I've been in the 15 years I've been in Parliament. Madam Deputy Speaker, you held the brief of Immigration Minister for some time. We have all tried to combat this problem. We all want to see the same solution. So can I say sincerely, I wish the Home Secretary and her team of ministers luck in getting this right now. And that may mean that there needs to be some amendments to this bill to make sure that it actually does deliver what she wants it to deliver. Because there are no easy solutions. There's no silver bullet here that's going to solve this problem, and any politician who dares to stand up and say only one thing is going to make this better is misleading the public and making it harder for all of us actually to do the job we were elected to do. I think it's also important to say it does build on previous work. Data sharing, returns, these are all matters that governments through the last of every colour for many, many years have worked on. So I congratulate her that she has focusing on these, but I think it is right to say that this is a process, not an event, and that these are things that all parties and all governments have worked on, and that legislation can only go so far. This is actually about how enforcement happens, it's about training, it's about understanding at the front line, and I do want to praise the NCA, who have done incredible work globally for many years on this issue and continue to do so. And I think we do need to remember that when people do get to those beaches in northern France, there's an awful lot of them that don't make it there because of the work of the NCA and other parts of our law enforcement system. It is also a global problem, and we cannot escape that. We've talked about the increases in numbers. They're down to global events. This is happening across the world. We are not the only country that is suffering this problem. We might see it very acutely on those boats that are crossing the Channel, but this is happening everywhere. And so could I ask the Home Secretary to use her good office and that of the Prime Minister to raise this issue at all multilateral levels. We need this to be on the agenda for the UN General Assembly, and we need an annual Heads of Government meeting at a UN level that looks at this matter, because my honourable friend, the Father of the House, talked about when the Refugee Convention was written and what it was written for, etc. Things are different. We are living in a different world, and that means that globally we need to work together to deal with this. In the short time I have, I will just comment on a couple of points. So I do welcome the Endangering Life at Sea measures. But the devil will be in the detail. We'll need to make sure that it's properly understood by those enforcing these laws and that it can be actually implemented. Because we have heard on the Home Affairs Select Committee that if a boat gets onto a beach in Calais, or near Calais, it is very, very difficult at that point for anyone to intervene because of legal position in international maritime law and other matters. It's also, I do welcome protection measures, and I also welcome the biometric testing. I did meet the British Red Cross last week. They have some very interesting ideas about potentially expanding where that testing could take place, and I hope that the Home Secretary and Minister can take that point forward. My final point is around modern slavery, and I welcome what the Minister said around the protections for victims of modern slavery, but I do want to reiterate. Modern slavery is not a migration crime. Modern slavery is a financial crime. It is the exploitation of one human being by another for financial profit. And we must not confuse the two. If somebody chooses to pay a people smuggler to put them in an unsafe vessel, that is a crime, but is a consensual crime. If somebody has been forced to get into that unsafe vessel, that is a coercive crime, and it needs to be treated differently. And in much the same way that we would not have the same policy response to a person who gets ill from having their drink spiked as compared to somebody who gets ill from taking an illegal substance they chose to buy, the policy response would always be different. This has to be a different policy response. So can I ask the Home Secretary and Minister to make sure that throughout the passage of this bill and elsewhere that the victims of modern slavery are put at the forefront, and we ensure that they can get the protections they need, they can enter the national referral mechanism, and they can be looked after, because we owe it to the world to be a world leader in this matter, and I fear that if we don't take those steps, we will fail to do so. Thank you.
Olivia Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise in support of this important bill, which is a crucial step as this government regains control of our borders after the party opposite lost control. Madam Deputy Speaker, my constituency is a diverse and welcoming place. We have a long and proud history of migrants from around the world coming to work and contribute to our community. And we have a proud history of welcoming refugees fleeing persecution and abuse. This compassion is part of who we are as a country. But our compassion must always come alongside control. And it must come alongside a system that is fair. And that's why my constituents are right to also be angry about illegal crossings. Because when the last government lost control of our borders, it risked lives, it undermined our national security, it meant that people could cheat the system, and it meant that millions upon millions were being spent unnecessarily when our public services were on their knees. Madam Deputy Speaker, enough is enough, and this government is determined to secure our borders. Madam Deputy Speaker, while the party opposite chose the path of sounding tough but failing to deliver, since the election this government has rolled up its sleeves. While the party opposite picked fights with France, we have made landmark deals with international partners. While the party opposite spent nearly £9 million a day on hotels for asylum seekers, we have restarted processing to save the taxpayer £4 billion a year over the next 2 years and to end the use of hotels. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, while the party opposite spent years pursuing the fiction of the Rwanda scheme to send a sum total of 4 volunteers, on our watch, 32 charter flights have returned migrants across the world. Enforced returns are up 24% on the year before the election, and our streets have been made safer with the removal of 2,500 foreign criminals. Madam Deputy Speaker, the bill before us today does 2 really important things. First, it removes the fallacy of the Rwanda scheme from the statute book, the so-called deterrent that saw 84,000 people cross the Channel between the day it was announced and the day it was scrapped. And it removes a hodgepodge of unenacted, unworkable clauses whose sole purpose in law at present is to act as a monument to Conservative failure. But most importantly, Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill delivers a range of counter-terror-style powers that I believe will enable us to systematically dismantle the vile criminal gangs who facilitate small boat crossings and risk lives. New offences so that we can use every tool possible to put the gang leaders away. New powers to seize devices, check biometrics and share data. And a new role for our new Border Security Command so that we can ensure all agencies work together. No more empty rhetoric, but instead a common-sense, intelligence-led approach to border security. We're taking down the gangs. We're building the international relationships that we need to regain control. We've turbocharged our asylum system so that we can return people with no right to be here and allow those granted asylum the chance to work and contribute. A real plan, Madam Deputy Speaker. No more empty rhetoric from the Conservatives or Reform. These are concrete steps to secure our borders, and I'll be proud to vote for second reading today.
James Cleverly.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I can't help but think that the Right Honourable Lady thought that border control and reducing illegal migration and stopping the boats was going to be considerably easier than it has turned out to be. She spoke with great authority and confidence ahead of the election, and yet, as my Right Honourable friend, the Shadow Home Secretary, has highlighted, since taking office, the Labour government has seen almost every single key metric go in the wrong direction. And therefore, I think it is right for us to look at what is actually in this bill. Not just the tone, the rhetoric, but the detail. Because what she's saying, in general terms, I think is quite welcome. But we take, for example, the new Border Security Command. At the dispatch box, in the media studios, she's spoken about this new, powerful organisation that will be a step change in the coordination of our national response to illegal migration. And so when the bill was published, I looked with great interest at the specific provisions. This new, powerful organisation headed by a senior former police officer and indeed a senior former Royal Artillery officer, a wise choice of regiment. And I find myself saying, is that it? Looking at the details, as my right honourable friend sets out, the powerful new organisation will be able to write a plan, to present an annual set of accounts, and then to ask nicely, but not compel any other organisation to do its bidding. So whilst the headlines might sound great, the detail is frankly underpowered. This bill removes more power from the government than it puts on the table. As my right honourable friend, the Shadow Home Secretary, has said, the ability to seize and search mobile phones already exists. And so when we come to the division later on this evening, we will be making our decisions on what is actually in the bill, not the rhetorical cloud that surrounds it. And the simple truth of the matter is, the government had an opportunity. The government had an opportunity to make something different, to be courageous, and they missed the target. Because this bill is massively underpowered. It does not have the kind of game-changing clauses that the current situation demands. And the people on both sides of the House may disagree with the detail of the Rwanda scheme, which this bill repeals. But it was at least an attempt to do something significant in response to a significant situation. And ultimately, she will have to explain, and perhaps the Minister will do so in her summing up. She will have to explain where she envisages people will be returned to if they fail in their asylum application here in the UK, but their home nation is deemed not safe to return them to. The Afghans, the Syrians, the people from other parts of the world. Because if she's saying that they can't go to their home country, and if she is saying they can't go to a third country, she is by definition saying that they can stay here. And that is a blank cheque to literally hundreds of millions of people around the world. And she can be as critical of me and of this side of the House as she would like. But until she comes up with a credible alternative, her criticism is massively undermined. And this is not a credible alternative. This is a missed opportunity. This is words but not action. This is headlines but no substance. And she will find that when this bill is passed, as it inevitably will because she has a majority, but when it fails to achieve what she has promised, she will find her party is punished at the ballot box.
Kenneth Stevenson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I begin by committing my support to the Government's efforts today? After years of the party opposite failing to secure our borders with failed projects such as the Rwanda scheme, it is refreshing to see legislation come forward in its place that will smash criminal smuggling gangs and disrupt their ability to carry out small boat crossings. When debating such issues, we must not forget the lives lost in small boat crossings. They include women and children, often fleeing violence and persecution, and they are treated in the most abhorrent manner by criminal gangs who put them on these small boats with no care whatsoever for their safety or indeed whether they make it across the channel. We must be in no doubt the sole focus of these criminal people smugglers is profit. They care not for the lives of the vulnerable and frightened, but for lining their own pockets and for the continuation of their despicable criminal enterprise. Therefore, Madam Deputy Speaker, although not a surprise, it remains absolutely absurd that Reform UK, and increasingly so the Tories under the Leader of the Opposition, point the finger at a government that is actually working to address this issue rather than work cooperatively to save lives, punish criminals and secure our borders. It would be fair to say that Reform UK are engaging in a form of politics that absolutely scrapes the barrel. They are focused on pitting working people against one another. Their language and manner has seen people settled in this country for decades becoming increasingly frightened about walking their own streets, and they have no care whatsoever if their actions erode the great British values of tolerance, inclusivity and respect. Yes, I will.
Does my humble friend agree that perhaps the reason Reform aren't here tonight is because they've got so many other jobs to attend to?
Kenneth Stevenson.
I certainly agree with him. As the Prime Minister and Home Secretary have said, the acts of criminal gangs must be treated as a global security threat, and as such must be addressed using counter-terrorism tactics. I am pleased that this legislation will allow immigration enforcement, police and the National Crime Agency to seize electronic devices from people who come here illegally, if intelligence suggests that it would help gather information on organised immigration crime. Indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker, I am reassured that these measures have been established in cooperation with law enforcement and by learning best practice from other examples of tackling and defeating sophisticated and organised crime. In taking these steps, we limit and disrupt the operations of these criminal gangs, which is of critical importance to securing our borders. This is in stark contrast to the previous government, who spent £700 million of taxpayers' money on their failed Rwanda scheme. Their costly gimmick sent just 4 volunteers to Rwanda and caused a complete collapse in asylum decision-making. What a difference serious government makes, and is it any wonder the people of this country voted for change? Madam Deputy Speaker, while we have debated in great detail the technicalities of this legislation, I would like to briefly look at my own constituency of Airdrie and Shotts. Lanarkshire is a place where many communities from across the globe have settled, where their culture has been respected and enjoyed, and where people have been welcomed after fleeing situations that could only be described as horrifying. However, just last week when I held my surgery on Friday, I took a walk around Airdrie and found graffiti in our town centre which can only be described as racist, abhorrent and hostile. It is the sort of language that is not welcome in Airdrie and Shotts, and I reiterate my support and solidarity for those communities who have made our towns and villages home over many generations and contributed positively to our local area. Immigration must be controlled, but it can and does work. And I would conclude by reminding those on the benches opposite that people are watching, they are listening to their rhetoric, and if they continue to embark upon a campaign of rhetoric and divisive messaging, they risk destroying the historic ties, tolerance and unity that make Britain great. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Pete Wishart.
Thank you ever so much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, here we go again. Another government, but just the same old tired, failed approach to asylum and immigration. Other than getting rid of the truly bizarre Rwanda bill, this bill just picks up where the Tories left off, with the added extra of further criminalising asylum seekers. And you can't help feeling, Madam Deputy Speaker, that this is quite a lot to do with the rise in the opinion polls of the honourable gentleman behind me. It's that they're not here this evening. Almost bizarrely, too, a bill on immigration, and they're not even turning up to debate it. But a lot of this bill and the activities and the debate around this bill has a lot to do with the fear of them rising in the opinion polls. These bizarre videos of the Home Secretary going to deportation centres, the posters celebrating their successes in deporting people and kicking them out, this plays right into their territory. And I'll say to the honourable ladies and gentlemen opposite, you'll never out-reform reform. They are masters at the art of anti-immigrant rhetoric. Regardless of how hard they will try, they are but mere amateurs compared to the members in reform. And all they are doing, Madam Deputy Speaker, by going on to their territory in the way that they are, is legitimising them. You do not pander to the populists and the like of reform, you take them on. And this bill does nothing to address the real issues of what we're confronting in the middle to the late part of this century. totally fixated on the small numbers of people that come across on the channel in small boats. It does nothing to tackle the massive structural problems that are about to come our way because of population stagnation and population decline. This is a bill, if anything, is designed for the early part of the century, not for the century that we're about to go into. All around the industrial world, nations are taking action to increase their populations in Italy, in Spain, in France. In Korea, there's actually $200 billion being pumped in to what they're calling the demography crisis. Look at Japan. Japan, historically resistant to immigration, with a birth rate of 1 child for every 3 women, is now predicted to have its population fall by 25% by 2050, and they will fall from 3rd in the GDP league to 8th. This is what is coming our way. And even the purpose of this bill in defeating the gangs is doomed to failure. This bill does nothing to address the root causes of irregular immigration and doesn't even start to get curious about why there is a problem with immigration in the first place. All it will do is make immigrants take even greater risks. It'll have very little impact on the gangs they're targeting because all they'll do is adapt their business models accordingly. Inadvertently, they might actually be making their obnoxious trade even more lucrative. Smuggling gangs are successful because they have exclusive rights and a monopoly on the irregular immigration market. They have nowhere else to go other than to the illegal gangs. There is no safe routes to get into the UK. And in Scotland, I'll end with this, we have particular problems. Our population is currently around 5.43 million, and it's grown modestly over the past few years because of the immigration debacle of the Conservative government. But our population, though, is one of the first parts of the UK where population decline will take place, and this could come as early as 2030. This is why we have been so resolute and persistent in calling for a Scottish visa, and all sectors in Scotland now support that call. I think Scottish Labour also support it, but the Honourable Gentleman will probably clarify it for me.
Chris Murray.
Thank the Honourable Gentleman for giving way. Of course, the issue is that Scotland is not just all the same everywhere. My community of Edinburgh Lothian is seeing our population grow, while other parts are seeing it decline. The reason behind that is the labour market in Scotland and our economy. When we had access to 300 million people as EU members, with 900,000 net migration, there are still parts of Scotland that were unable to attract migrants. The problem wasn't the immigration system, the problem was our labour market.
Wishart.
Speaker, I just don't think the Honourable Gentleman understands the scale of the issue and the problem that we have in our nation of Scotland. 22% of our population is over 65. That compares to 19% in England. We have one of the lowest birth rate ratios of 1 child for every 3 women. If we don't do something quickly, this will have a huge impact on every sector in our society and every part of our economy. And I thought Scottish Labour supported this. I certainly listened to Jackie Baillie very interestingly about this, but all of a sudden they've abandoned this. And every time I raise that with the Honourable Lady, we are totally rebuffed. Every time my colleagues go to government to ask us, just give us the tools to help us with our own predicament, they are told where to go. We need the tools in Scotland to grow our population so that we can equip ourselves for the problems and issues that are already coming our way. But we have to get a new mindset about immigration. We have to start to look at this as a benefit to communities, about how it enriches our society. For them, it's a bad that has to be dealt with. It is such an early part of the century approach to this. We will be soon facing population stagnation and population decline. Unless we get ready and prepared for what's to come, we will be in serious trouble. I look across the benches there to a Labour Party, singularly uninterested in any of this, wanting to be as hard on immigration as the Tories and the Reform Party that sits behind them. It does not work. It cannot work. It is the long solution for what we're about to head on to, and I encourage them to think once again about what we all need across the United Kingdom.
Phil Ribeiro-Addy.
you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now I want to begin by commending the Home Secretary and her team for the reforms in the bill which are genuinely positive, scrapping the unworkable, costly plan to expel people seeking asylum to Rwanda, a repressive regime which is making war on its neighbours. This has rescued us in this House from the Alice in Wonderland where Rwanda is safe if we say it is. They've also scrapped and towed away the miserable and dangerous prison ship, the Bibi Stockholm barge, and committed to deciding asylum claims that had previously been placed in indefinite limbo. All positive developments. However, it's difficult to be positive about the remainder of the bill, and I'll start with highlighting some of my concerns. The bill clearly aims to prioritise border security, but the malign Greek chorus, which chants "stop the boats" to every problem in our society, is wrong. With these measures, as with others, the boats will not be stopped unless we look at the issue holistically. Have we stopped organised crime in drugs, in people trafficking, fraud, firearms and so on? Of course not, because some of these are high-tech operations. Yet all these overseas-based criminals need is dinghies. It can't be a credible plan to smash the gangs unless we first deal with the demand for what they supply. Many of us have long argued that the way to undercut and ultimately eliminate the gangs would be to re-establish safe and legal routes for asylum seekers, to establish processing centres in northern France, to turn away failed applications and to allow those entitled to be here safe travel. All this could be done before anybody attempts to set... I will give way to my honourable friend.
Diane Abbott.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend. Doesn't she agree with me that more people should listen to those of us that say, if you don't want people drowning in the Channel, the answer is to enable the processing of these asylum claims to be done in northern France, which is something the French have offered to us?
Thank my honourable friend for her intervention, and obviously she's always right. It is not impossible. In fact, it has been done before. Instead, this bill could actually end up criminalising those same people because of their means of travelling here, which would ultimately be wrong. And it's widely understood that many of these people, precisely because they are the victims of persecution, cannot apply for visas in the normal fashion, and many more cannot afford the cost of long-haul flights either. Genuine and valid asylum seekers could be criminalised. And we should remember these are people fleeing war and devastation, and some of those people are being trafficked here. Many are being brought here as slaves, either for domestic service or menial unpaid work, or are being trafficked into sex slavery. This bill could abolish their rights and their protections under the Modern Slavery Act. Then there is the question of immigration detention, which will increase as a result of the bill. The immigration detention estate is already costly and cruel. It's a ridiculous irony that we're releasing criminals because our jails are full, but increasing the use of immigration when it is later found that 75% of them are eventually entitled to be here. The main concern has been foreign national offenders, and actually 4,674 foreign national offenders returns were made this year, at the end of last year, in September 2024, an increase of over a quarter compared to the previous year, which means this government is doing what it wants to in terms of foreign national offenders. But why is it that we are still holding on to increasing the immigration detention estate when we know that in 2019 the Conservative government had awarded asylum accommodation contracts worth billions to just 3 companies? And almost every single one of these removal centres operated by these companies has reported overcrowding, hostile and unsanitary conditions, and at the worst, death and suicide. Costly and cruel. We need a limit on immigration detention. This would be both humane and efficient. The average daily cost at the moment to hold an individual in immigration detention was £122 a day. What a huge cost when there are options for detention in the community, and actually most people are detained when they go to their bi-weekly reporting sessions at the Home Office. And we're detaining far too many people unlawfully. 2023 to 2024, the Home Office actually issued 832 compensation payments for unlawful detention, totalling £12 million. And you've heard it before today, we detain children. We detain children, and in 2023, the Home Office detained 47 children for immigration detention purposes. We disagree on many things across this House, but the rights of children is not usually one of them. And people say there are really complex reasons as to why this happened. And to that I say, make it simple and make it stop. We shouldn't be detaining children for the purposes of immigration. And lastly, on my concerns, the whole system of the application of international law as it applies to refugees might be undermined here. Section 20 29 of the Illegal Migration Act 2023 will be untouched. And that was a truly rotten measure introduced by the party opposite, who had a problematic relationship with international law. And we on this side of the House must be better than them. And we're seeing, at the moment, a trafficked woman, for example, arriving here, having been abducted halfway across the world, would have no rights as a refugee, precisely because her traffickers brought her here on the small boat, and that can't be right. And I know this bill is focused on small boat crossings, but it is an immigration bill, and that means it doesn't all have to be negative. There are things we could do that we largely agree on here, like scrapping child citizenship fees and further protections for EU nationals and the Windrush generation. Scrapping child citizenship fees is something that we on this side of the House supported in opposition, and the former Home Secretary was the former Immigration Minister, actually implemented a fee waiver for. But these fee waivers are not being accepted. Last year, 36% of them were accepted, only 40% were rejected, and 22% are waiting for decision. And that's just not good enough. This is children that have lived here their whole lives, children that have been born here, including the children of EU nationals. We know as well that EU nationals continue to struggle with their rights, and that's something that we could resolve here, as do the Windrush generation, who we can all agree, again, have the right to be here, but are still having major issues. And we shouldn't wait for the appointment of the Windrush Commissioner to be able to tell us that they are still being subject to the hostile environment. We could do so much more where we agree, but unfortunately there are too many instances where victims are blamed, could be blamed for the crime, and I worry that this bill could codify that injustice into law. Thank you.
Bradley Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, we've heard that there are no easy answers to the topic of tackling illegal immigration, but this House has to find the will within ourselves collectively to succeed. Since July, 24,586 people have crossed the Channel, compared to 19,300 in the same period the year before, and this represents a 28% increase since the election. Clearly, this rise shows that the government needs to go further with legislation to strengthen the nation's response to illegal immigration. And I cannot understand why, Madam Deputy Speaker, the government is seeking through this bill to abandon using X-ray assessment of asylum seekers to validate their age and prevent a surge in false applicants. All other major countries on the continent, including France and Germany, make use of medical tests to determine the age of applicants. This is a significant factor in increasing the pull factors, whilst the bill also creates a path to citizenship for illegal migrants, which provides a direct new incentive for people to come here illegally. Madam Deputy Speaker, the truth is that those travelling via illegal routes and seeking to claim asylum in the UK are, in many cases, travelling through numerous safe countries throughout Europe before they arrive here. We've heard from other members that this is global, and I implore the Home Secretary and ministers across government to raise this issue at every single meeting with foreign governments. But there's also a stark reality that 87% of those arriving via illegal small boats are young men in their 20s, which begs the question, where are their wives, their partners, or their children? Surely they didn't flee a devastating situation of persecution and desperation to leave their loved ones behind to suffer. Not at the moment. Furthermore, many of them are paying thousands of pounds to smuggling gangs before they make the journey. These false cases do huge damage to public trust in the asylum system, as well as the case of genuine asylum seekers. Over the last 2 decades, our economy has become addicted to mass migration, and we've been sold the idea that our economic prosperity is hinged upon the notion that mass migration will deliver prosperity. We were wrong on mass migration. This has instead placed undue pressure on public services and housing in particular. Many migrants do perform valuable roles, particularly in public services such as the NHS or the care sector, but it is critical that the government focuses for the long term on rebalancing our economy that will once again make all manner of roles attractive for UK citizens as well, and reduce our dependency on long-term migrant labour. Mass migration, especially from those who skipped the queue and arrived illegally, doesn't just impact us economically, but affects the social identity of our communities. The identity of many cities, towns and villages across the UK is changing. Part of it down to us as shopping habits go online. But also, as reported in the Times today, there has been an increase in illegal workers in retail roles across the country as cash-only vape shops, tanning salons, convenience stores, barbers and car washes start to litter our communities with no social benefit to enrich our towns and villages. Not only are these widely considered to be a front for money laundering, but they are linked to illegal immigration and people smuggling. and they're a dangerous law for young people who risk being drawn into county line style linked criminality. We owe it to the future of our country to ensure that we have a controlled, measured approach to mass migration, and that we respond with every legal, social and economic lever that we have to protect against the unmitigated erosion of our identity, and to ensure that those who are granted the privilege of leave to remain in the UK are both net contributors, that is, that they pay more in taxes than they cost the UK taxpayer, and that the customs, traditions and culture of our country are respected. We must make the distinction between those travelling illegally and asylum seekers travelling to the UK via unrecognised routes of asylum. For example, those who have travelled to the UK from Ukraine when Putin's illegal invasion commenced 3 years ago. But it is a falsehood to believe that the UK can become home to millions of people without any qualifying criteria. My constituents are not anti-immigration, but they want to see a system, Madam Deputy Speaker, based upon control and fairness to the UK taxpayer. I implore the Government to rethink this bill, focus on reducing the pull factors, to deter illegal migration and invest savings into our communities.
Olivia Blake.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to point the House to my declaration of Register of Members' Interest for the help I received from the Refugee, Asylum, Migration Policy Project, and as co-chair of the All-Party Parliamentary Group on Migration. After an absolute mountain of acts passed by the last government, I can finally breathe a sigh of relief that we are sitting in the chambers today debating an immigration bill which, upon opening to the first page, states that it does comply with the Convention rights. Well, that's a nice change, and one that is much needed. This bill builds on some of the vital reforms to our asylum system that our government has already made. It removes so much of the draconian legislation introduced by the former government that stripped those fleeing war and persecution and human rights abuses of their right to seek safety in this country, repealing the Safety in Rwanda Act and revoking the significant amount of Illegal Migration Act are steps in the right direction, but beyond a functional asylum system is one that is fair and welcoming. And with that in mind, there are a few areas of this bill which I feel have been missed opportunities so far, and I hope these will be addressed as it moves to committee stage. I'm concerned that Section 59 of the Illegal Migration Act is not being repealed in this bill. This makes any asylum or human rights claim made by a national of a safe state inadmissible. Blanket bans on asylum claims from entire countries are fundamentally flawed, and we have seen the dangers of legislating that a country is safe when in reality it may not be so for everyone with Rwanda. Although I know this is a section that has not been enacted, and it sets a dangerous precedent if it remains on the statute books. For example, Georgia, one of the countries the previous government deemed to add to the safe states list, is becoming an increasingly hostile and dangerous place for LGBTQI plus people. While I have had assurances that these provisions have not been commenced, and I know the Minister shares my concerns about the situation in Georgia, it does leave these powers on the statute book, and I would worry that this bill does not provide it provides a golden opportunity to repeal this aspect altogether. If it's not going to be used, what's the use of having it there? And I ask that this is considered at committee stage by the Minister. A fair system would also mean people seeking asylum were able to access UK safely. The 4Ps approach to tackling organised criminal gangs outlined in the bill's explanatory notes to prevent, pursue, protect and prepare are all important parts of disrupting the business model of criminal gangs. But I fear we have lost sight of who needs protecting in this. No one wants to see more deaths in the Channel, but prosecuting people smugglers needs to go hand in hand with other measures to prevent Channel crossings. This bill could provide a vital opportunity to set out clear plans for reviewing and expanding safe and legal routes to the UK, and I hope that these important points can be addressed as the bill progresses, and that this bill, if not in this bill, that we can have a good grown-up conversation about safe and legal routes, which was absolutely missing from the last Parliament. I'd like to end there.
Gregory Stafford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I think everybody across this House wants to see the small boats crossings diminish and hopefully conclude entirely. Likewise, I think most people across this House feel that we need to have a fair, robust and effective way to deal with illegal immigration. This, as I've said previously in this House, is a moral issue. We do not want to see any more women, children or men dying in the Channel. And when I raised this point with the Home Secretary on the 22nd of July, she seemed to agree with me. But thus far, agreement doesn't seem to have matured into action. And indeed, when the Minister of State responded to me on the 6th of November to a similar point, she was much more equivocal about how this government was going to deal with this really serious issue. And that's no surprise when we come to this bill, which we see has ripped the heart out of the Migration Act from the last government. All the deterrent that was put into that bill has been pulled out. And that's important for two reasons. One, because clearly this bill will not stop the small boats crossing. And two, it sends a message to those traffickers who want to exploit people and bring them across the Channel that this government is not serious about stopping this problem. And we can see that from this bill. As the Honourable Member for Bromsgrove mentioned, the X-raying and medical checks of migrants on this has been ripped out. This is something that other EU countries do on a routine basis. Yeah.
I do think they're going to give away, and it's something obviously that's going to come from those benches over there. But I do wonder, have they read the comments of the Noble Lord Winston in the other place on the 27th of November 2023, where he outlines that whilst it may use scientific equipment, actually the analysis that comes from bone density checks or X-ray is entirely flawed, depending on the calcium deposits in the food that was eaten by the person being X-rayed, or any other health reasons. Has he read those comments? If he hasn't, could he read them? And if he has read them, does he disagree with what Lord Winston says and thinks he knows better?
Well, it'd be far from me to criticise a member of the other place, especially one with such a distinguished medical career. All I would say gently to the honourable member opposite is this is not something that is unique or novel for this country. It is being used in countries across the EU to do. Likewise, the scrapping of the Rwanda scheme, which we can have a debate about whether it was right or wrong, but the simple issue is EU countries are looking at similar schemes going forward. Why is the government, if it doesn't like Rwanda, not looking at other sites? And the simple fact is it's not just me who is saying this. The National Crime Agency, and I quote, has said very clearly that no country has ever stopped people from trafficking upstream into foreign countries. The Australians have done it, but that was with a deportation scheme, which is not being introduced by this government. Likewise, the former Chief Immigration Officer, Kevin Saunders, said a big deterrent is needed to stop the migrant crossings. He said, what the United Kingdom actually needs is a big deterrent, and everyone has told the Prime Minister this, you need a big deterrent to stop migrants. Forget about the gangs. If you stop the migrants wanting to come to the UK, the gangs won't exist. And again, I come from this from a moral point, from a point of caring about ensuring that people do not die in the Channel. And we need a deterrent, which is sorely missing from this bill. And it shouldn't surprise us, again, that the government is not robust on this, because Labour voted against every tough measure that we brought in the Migration Act, voted against measures to tackle illegal immigration 134 times. It voted to block or delay or weaken our plans to stop the boats 126 times in the last Parliament. So it is absolutely no surprise that their bill today does nothing to stop this and will lead to more dying in the Channel. We need a fair migration system. We need to support those who genuinely need our help or who we genuinely need to fill gaps in our labour market. But we mustn't be taken for fools. We mustn't be taken for fools by the trafficking gangs, and nor must we be taken for fools by this Labour government. Now, I accept some of the analysis from the Honourable Member for Perth and Kinross-shire, who said that we have a problem with our birth rate. But the way to solve that is not through unlimited mass migration. As my honourable friend from Bromsgrove said, we cannot build an economy reliant on mass migration. We must build homegrown resilience. And again, it's a moral issue. Because if we denude developing countries of their most high talented people, then those countries will never be able to rebuild themselves. They will never be able to become successful, and the problem that we're dealing with here will just carry on. And again, I have no confidence in the government to sort this problem out. Firstly, because as we've seen already from this evening, the government has no answer on how many people it's actually deported that came over on small boats. And perhaps more tellingly, it has no ambitious target about when any of these measures that it's bringing forward will actually start to solve the problem. Madam Deputy Speaker, as I said at the beginning, we need a fair, robust and effective immigration system, not this insipid bill that will not secure our borders, will not deter the people traffickers, and I'm afraid will lead to further deaths in the Channel.
Mike Taff.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The British people are firm, but they are fair. They believe in order, they believe in justice. They know that security and decency are not rivals, they are partners. These are the values that built our country, and they must be the values that shape our future. But for too long, we have seen those values undermined. The promise of secure borders became a false hope. The system buckled under failure. And where there is failure, there are some, Madam Deputy Speaker, who seek to divide us, to turn neighbour against neighbour, to fuel fear instead of fixing problems. They wrap themselves in our great flag, yet offer nothing but empty slogans and false patriotism. Borders security is not a game. It's not a slogan. It's a fundamental duty of any serious government. For years, the British people were promised control. Instead, they got failure. We inherited open borders. Small boat crossings skyrocketed from just a few hundred in 2018 to 150,000 since. The last government talked tough but was paralysed by its own failure. Under Labour, that ends. In just 6 months, this government has already taken decisive action. We've set up the Border Security Command. We've fixed and strengthened important international alliances. Nearly 4,000 illegal workers have been arrested since we came to government. And vitally, we've deported 16,400 people who have no right to be here. That is more in 6 months than the last government managed in an entire year. The British people were told this could not be done, Madam Deputy Speaker, but we are proving otherwise. And today, we take another crucial step with this important bill. These smuggling gangs are not petty criminals. They are not opportunists. They are predators, and they make a mockery of our borders. We promised the British people we would treat them like the national security threat that they are, and that is exactly what this bill does. We do not wait for terrorists to carry out their plans before we act. We disrupt them, we intercept them, we take them down before they can do harm. We hit their networks, we seize their assets and cut off their ability to operate. And this bill gives us the power to do the same against smuggling gangsters, to stop these vile criminals before they reach our shores. It allows us to use intelligence to take actions, just as we do with terrorists. When our security services, police and the Border Security Command know what these criminals are doing, the bill means they can act immediately, not sit back and wait for another overloaded boat to capsize in our channel, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'll give way.
I say this very kindly to the Honourable Gentleman, and he will know that's my form when I ask questions, but there's a real serious problem with the border between Northern Ireland and the Republic. In other words, those who want to come through the Republic into Northern Ireland across the mainland. What is the Minister and Government doing to address that issue for us in Northern Ireland, but for the whole of the United Kingdom?
Thank you for your intervention. And my understanding earlier from the Minister was that this will work across all borders coming into the United Kingdom. I'm sure that will be clarified later. Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill removes the loopholes that have allowed criminals to exploit our system. Smuggling is an industry, and we're dismantling it boat by boat, gang by gang. The British people know that an asylum and immigration system only works if it is properly enforced. They know that border security is not about hostility. It's about order and rules. And they know that we must not allow criminals to decide who comes to this country. Now, there is no silver bullet, but this government is taking that control back. We will be firm because the British people demand it. We will be fair because that is who we are. And we will be decent because strength without decency is weakness. Division is easy. It takes moral courage to lead with decency and strength. We're delivering security. We play the ball, not the player. And this bill will help turn the page on failure, restore order to our borders and protect the country we serve.
Sir Ashley Fox.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Many people in my constituency of Bridgewater are angry and frustrated at Britain's approach to illegal migration. They can see hundreds of people every week getting into small boats to cross the Channel. They pay for a place in a small boat because they know that once they set foot on British soil, there is almost no prospect of them being deported. That is morally wrong. It brings the whole immigration system into disrepute. Now, earlier in the debate, the Home Secretary was invited to say how many of those she had deported in the last 7 months had arrived in a small boat. And there was no answer. And I suspect the reason is because the answer is 0. But no doubt the Minister can provide an answer when she replies. It is self-evident that most of those migrants standing on beaches in France are not refugees. They are economic migrants. They have not only reached a safe country, but had to travel through a succession of safe countries in order to arrive at that beach in France. The National Crime Agency has made clear to stop the boats we need an effective removals and deterrence strategy. This bill does not deliver that. In fact, it does the opposite. It actually removes the key deterrents that we had put in place. The last government was correct in passing the Illegal Migration Act, which would have stopped those who enter the UK illegally from claiming asylum or being eligible for British citizenship. 20 days after the election, Labour put that on hold, and they're now repealing these provisions in the bill. It is a privilege to live in this country and be able to apply for British citizenship. This government is removing the barriers to accessing that privilege and are therefore inviting thousands more people to join the queue. That is why the asylum backlog has grown under this government. That is why the number of people in asylum hotels has risen by 6,000 since the election. As my right honourable friend, the member for Braintree, stated, this is a seriously underpowered bill. It actually does very little and reveals the Home Secretary's policy of smash the gangs as just a slogan. Former Chief Immigration Officer Kevin Saunders said, "You need a big deterrent to stop the migrants. Forget about the gangs. If you stop the migrants wanting to come to the UK, the gangs won't exist." This bill, unfortunately, provides no deterrent. In fact, it removes the deterrents that were working. It has no vision for controlling illegal or legal migration, no plan to protect our borders, and no strategy to ensure that those who break the law by coming here illegally are removed quickly and effectively. The Home Secretary has this evening claimed that the reason the government is repealing our legislation is because it didn't work. Did it not work when we struck landmark deals, like the one with Albania, that drastically reduced the number of Albanian migrants arriving via small boats? By making it clear that they would repeal the Rwanda scheme before it started working, without coming up with any alternative deterrent, the message from the Labour Party has been sending to would-be illegal migrants is come and have a go. Is it any wonder that illegal crossings are up 30% since the election? This government is not in control of the borders. So we on this side will reject this bill Our reasoned amendment will give members a chance to say that we want strong action on illegal migration.
Dan Aldridge.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I, like many of my colleagues across the House, are in no doubt that immigration and border security are a top concern for many of the people that we represent, and in particular in Weston-super-Mare. They tell me on the doors and by email and social media this is not a conversation that we can shy away from. But I am also very aware that any conversation on immigration and border security is easily inflamed and sensitive to many. As my honourable friend for Staffordshire Moorlands said, no silver bullet, no simple answers, and those that peddle them are peddling falsehoods. But we must talk and we must do better at showing people how we are addressing their concerns. Being concerned about immigration and the pressures it places on any society and community is understandable, but so are concerns for all human life and the need to support people who are in need. I believe how we lead on improving border security is a moral duty of this government. And actually, as a Christian, I wrestle with this and how we best achieve a balance between compassion for those who need help and clarity and strength when it comes to defending our security and our values. In my constituency, like many others, there are strong views on the extremes of both sides of the immigration question. They are often very loud and absolutely at odds with the vast majority of my constituents who believe in British values of fairness, tolerance, human rights and the rule of law. They want our systems to work, are proud of Britain's role as a force for good in the world and want us to sort our immigration system. We need this government to deliver on a fairer immigration and border system precisely so people can trust us again to keep them safe, so they don't feel the need to turn to extremes because they feel there's no alternative. People are worried, they want action, and it is now this government's responsibility to address these issues in a way that is firm, but also compassionate and just, in line with our values. The growing number of crossings, particularly in small boats, is not just a statistic, it is a crisis that demands urgent action. The tragic loss of life, with at least 78 people dying last year alone, should horrify us all, and we cannot allow this to continue. It is clear that our action to secure our borders and smash the gangs that are profiting off this evil trade in human desperation is both necessary and urgently needed. The reality is that immigration, both legal and illegal, is a huge national and local concern, fed in many ways by decades of underinvestment in our communities, in skills, in infrastructure, leaving us reliant on importing the skills we should have been developing here for our communities in places like Weston-super-Mare. I lay no blame at the door of immigrants who came here for a better life and contribute so much to our country. I blame successive governments for taking the easy route, or the impossible route, in the case of the Rwanda scheme, for leaving us in a situation where public trust is through the floor. People can no longer be left behind because it's easier and cheaper to import talent and labour. I see the impact of poverty and systemic underinvestment daily, and I and the people of my constituency won't stand for it. That's why I'm pleased that this government is taking concrete action through the introduction of this bill, rather than following the example of previous governments and continuing to use border security as a political football. We must find sustainable, meaningful, impactful solutions now. We have run out of road and public patience. The bill alone will not fix the deep distrust in our society. It will take years of demonstrable change and investment across housing, healthcare, community safety and jobs to show things can be better. But this bill will start that process by strengthening our response to border security threats, granting stronger law enforcement powers that allow us to directly go after organised immigration crime and disrupting the criminal networks that profit from human misery. It will properly equip those teams on the ground dealing with this problem, enabling them to act faster and go further to protect our borders and our national security. This action is long overdue, and I hope will be warmly welcomed by people in my constituency and across the country.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The government deserves credit for swiftly scrapping the disgusting, immoral and illegal Rwanda plan. But we need to scrap the attitudes that underpinned it. The demonising of vulnerable people, of anyone who's different, pandering to the nasty dog whistling of reform and the Tories is divisive and dangerous. So it is shocking to witness the government trying to mimic the Tories and reform with migrant raid videos and adverts boasting about deportations. Don't they understand that this just serves to reinforce reform's scapegoating rhetoric? Last summer, let's not forget, we saw mobs driven by hate trying to burn refugees alive in hotels. The government should be challenging these narratives head-on, helping communities heal from divisions, not publishing videos that risk encouraging further animosity towards migrants and anyone perceived as being one. Madam Deputy Speaker, turning to the specifics of the bill before us today, I share the Refugee Council's concerns about clauses 13 to 16 and 18 and how these could lead to unintentional criminalisation of vulnerable refugees forced to make decisions under coercion where their survival is at stake, like being forced to steer a small boat under threat of death. And while I'm pleased to see the repeal of child detention powers, given that over an 18-month period, 1,300 children had been wrongly assessed to be adults, I'd like to hear from the Minister how they plan to address this. I welcome the repeal of much of the Illegal Migration Act, but I'm concerned that some aspects that should have been scrapped remain. For example, the automatic inadmissibility of asylum and human rights claims from certain countries, which is particularly dangerous for LGBTQ+ asylum seekers. I turn now to my central point, that focusing solely on enforcement simply isn't saving lives. The number of deaths in the Channel remains horrifying. Enforcement against criminal gangs is, of course, needed, but that's not going to work on its own when refugees have no other choice. Instead, if people had a choice not to go with gangs, not to put their children in a deathly dinghy, not to risk their lives, then the gangs lose their power. Ministers, I hope, will have seen the report on safe routes from the APPG on refugees, of which I am a member. It contains 3 recommendations, all of which are tried and tested in other countries already, and which should be totally uncontroversial in my view. First, we must urgently fix family reunion. Refugee children are being intentionally kept apart from their parents by the UK's asylum laws. This is unconscionably cruel. We must move in line with the majority of European nations and bring parents and children together. This would likely reduce the number of parents making dangerous journeys across the Channel to be reunited with their children. Second, ministers need to improve the UK resettlement scheme, which has a lot of potential but has consistently failed to help enough people, with only 435 resettled last year. My inbox, I'm sure many of yours, is full of heartbreaking pleas from people caught up in delays and huge backlogs. This step could help to fix the system. And third, I'd like to see the government piloting a humanitarian visa to provide a safe option for refugees with strong asylum claims to travel here in order to make their claim. It's based on successful schemes in the US and Switzerland that helps reduce people smuggling. In conclusion, there are important bits of this bill that are hugely welcome, but let's be clear, scrapping something illegal, immoral and unworkable is the bare minimum. And now we need ministers to build something better that helps this country rise above the far-right narrative that demonises all migrants. Before I end, I invite everyone in the chamber to join me in a very short thought experiment. The political environment in your home country has become extremely dangerous for anyone with your political views. People in your movement have been murdered. Last month, your children got followed home in an unmarked car and you've received threatening calls. You have a family member in the UK who successfully claimed asylum a few years ago and is very worried about you. He implores you to join him. Your options are to stay in your home country, risk being murdered and leaving your children orphaned, or flee to the UK. Who amongst us could say with 100% certainty that we would stay? I am abstaining on this bill at second reading because I support the scrapping of the Rwanda Bill and the Illegal Migration Act. But if the government truly wants to modernise the asylum system, they need to be honest about the need for safe routes and respect for human rights.
Becky Gittins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Welcomed by the National Crime Agency and the new Border Security Commander, this bill delivers the measures required to tackle smuggling gangs, prevent people from getting into unsafe boats and improve our border security. This bill is about giving our law enforcement agencies the tools they need to tackle what has now been called industrialised smuggling networks. Make no mistake, Under the previous government, these gangs were allowed to get away with it. Instead of sitting down with law enforcement agencies and doing the hard but necessary work to strengthen our borders and disrupt this activity, the previous Tory government focused on their shambolic Rwanda gimmick. Shamefully, as these gangs were able to develop and strengthen their processes, Tory ministers were signing £700 million in cheques as part of their Rwanda plan, an unforgivable amount of money to move just 4 volunteers. Not only was this a colossal waste of public funds, all while the lack of focus on disrupting the criminal activity perpetrated by these gangs was leading to more dangerous crossings, with a real human cost for often very vulnerable people. This bill puts the Border Security Commander on a statutory footing. Having one person leading a unit with responsibility to coordinate the UK's response to our border security challenges is vital. And this bill sets out the framework for how this leadership role will operate within our current policing and security landscape, with the NCA, police and immigration enforcement all having regard to their priorities. We know that the gangs are constantly looking for new ways to stay in business, and law enforcement in our country needs to keep pace. This bill contains new immigration offences in relation to the supply or receipt of items which the person knows or suspects will be used to facilitate illegal travel. These tough new powers draw much from existing powers under counter-terrorism legislation and are accompanied by powers to seize mobile phones, allow for the better sharing of data, and powers to take biometric information. This represents a step change. It means that those engaged in people smuggling will be viewed as a global security threat, in the same way that terrorists are. I really believe that this is worth highlighting. These criminal gangs are putting often very vulnerable people in these boats that are wholly unsuitable for such a perilous crossing. It is right, therefore, that our law enforcement bodies are allowed to go after these criminals with the counter-terrorism powers being proposed in this bill. It will transform our response, targeting the criminals, stopping people embarking on these dangerous journeys, and keeping our borders more secure as a result. And the strengthening of the serious crime prevention orders will ultimately make all of our constituents safer. And the new interim SCPOs will put severe restrictions on people involved in organised immigration crime before they are arrested, allowing us to take decisive action when we know that time is often of the essence. The previous government threw all their efforts behind the unworkable Rwanda plan, but we finally have a bill which looks at the detail and provides practical measures that will make a tangible difference. It won't happen overnight. We know just how sophisticated these gangs now are and for how long they've been allowed to thrive, but with strengthened powers, we will be in a far better place to tackle them head-on. We are now investing in a workable system, with no gimmicks and no grandstanding. Instead, we are doing the detail, and this bill builds on what the government has achieved so far. This includes a £150 million package for a border security command, unlocking new surveillance technology and funding more NCA investigators, anti-smuggling action plans with our key allies in Italy and Germany, increasing enforced returns by nearly 25% compared to the year up to the election, and of course, utilising hundreds of staff who are working on the Rwanda scheme. Now they are working on immigration enforcement and helping to deliver bespoke charter flights, removing immigration offenders to countries around the world. Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill delivers on our commitment to give our enforcement agencies the power they need to protect our borders and our citizens, and it has my support today. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'll be voting against this bill, and I'll be voting for the reasoned amendment for the very simple reason that I do not believe that this bill will do anything to smash the gangs, as the party opposite sold to the British public. Now, my constituents over the last 12 months and beyond have regularly brought up immigration on the doorstep. Of course, they talk about legal and illegal immigration. They want a fair legal system that promotes ensuring that the best and the brightest come to this country, as we've always done. But for them, this is really an issue about fairness. They believe that uncontrolled borders, and I agree with them, are not fair. They make people angry, they undermine the case for taking those that are most in need. And we have a great track record over the last 14 years and beyond of taking in refugees from areas of conflict and other places. But by cheating the system, thousands of illegal migrants are entering the country. And the inevitable consequence of that is, of course, it's overburdening our public services. This makes my constituents feel that the system is broken. They feel that it doesn't work for them. Our schools, our NHS, our welfare system, it fails to work properly because of the strains of illegal migration. And my constituents are right to feel a deep sense of unfairness because until they see tangible addressing of the fundamental issue, which this bill does not do, they will continue to feel that. And of course we see this in the reopening of the asylum hotels, which it was a manifesto pledge that has been broken, which means that those number of asylum hotels has gone up and the people in them has gone up. And these are funded by the taxpayer. They divert money that my constituents feel could be spent on improving our public services. And there were, as we heard earlier, there was no guarantee from the Home Secretary of when these asylum hotels will be cleared, and that will be a consistent and continuous source of consternation for many people across the country. And of course they feel totally helpless when they see pictures and videos of often young men entering this country illegally and giving access to things that my constituents work hard for and pay taxes to sustain. Madam Deputy Speaker, across this House, I'm a firm believer in this, that we all want to control illegal immigration, but I fundamentally disagree that this bill does that. And I talked about our track record of taking in refugees. We really do. We took them in from Afghanistan, Syria, Ukraine, of course. But this is constantly undermined because of the dramatic increases in illegal migration, which means people really do feel that we can't do more. Of course, we took in many, we've had a consistent record for many, many years. And my right honourable friend from Staffordshire Moorlands made the very eloquent case about this being a global issue. And this is often forgotten in the debate, whether you're talking about climate change or conflict. But for the public, what they want to see is the case for what I would call the nation state, knowing that we can control our borders, and then being able to allow those people in that we want to have in. And of course, since the party opposite has been in government, we've seen a 28% increase in illegal migration, which of course will inevitably put a strain on our resources. And of course, the consequence of that is that society becomes fragmented. There are those on the far echelons of the political spectrum who take advantage of this for their own means, and they crowd out legitimate and reasonable debate. So, and one of the things I wanted to focus on, of course, because it takes away the deterrent. What this bill does not do in any way is deal with the issue of a deterrent. And we've heard it consistently from the NCA, from other experts. Without a deterrent, there is nothing disincentivising those gangs from bringing people over. We all want to see people who are in need to be taken care of. But this will not do that. This bill does not do that, and there is no guarantee that it will. And we heard that from we heard the lack of an answer from the Home Secretary continuously. What it actually does is actually strengthen the gangs, because the weak tinkering around the edges of the illegal migration system, what it does is it strengthens the gangs, because they now know that they can take advantage of the system, and this House will be engaged in debate, because the party opposite will win this vote. Of course they will. They've got the numbers. The British people placed a huge amount of trust, which is now being betrayed, and those gangs will take advantage of that. And the one example I would use is when the Rwanda scheme received royal assent, we were constantly and continuously seeing people smugglers saying that they were not going to be coming to the UK. You saw the numbers drop, and now what happens? They'll be celebrating the fact that this bill is going through. I won't give away because I've only got 5 seconds. But what this bill will do, it does weaken our borders, and it strengthens the gang. And the party opposite really does need to come up with answers to that.
Ian Byrne.
Deputy Speaker. First, I welcome the Government's commitment to scrapping the costly and inhumane Rwanda plan, repealing much of the previous Government's draconian legislation and overturning the pause on processing asylum applications. The Government has averted a meltdown by cutting the delays built in by the previous Government. The Government is also right to seek to tackle the vicious smuggling gangs who prey on the most vulnerable. But how we do this, Madam Deputy Speaker, is key to its success. Madam Deputy Speaker, the despair of the toxic, dehumanising political narrative of recent years around immigration, which has solved nothing except to drive division and hostility towards migrants in our communities, as we saw during last summer's racist violence. From immigration mugs to Rwanda, from Reform to Blue Labour, the spiral of doom on this issue continues apace. The shameless posture of the politicians who wish to make a name on the back of this issue, driving division as one of the most unedifying parts of this job and this place. Just last week, the Honourable Member for Clacton was praising Trump. Horrific statement to ethnically cleanse guards of the people it belongs to. A plan that itself will create over 1.6 refugees if, God forbid, it comes to fruition. I can't help but wonder, Madam Deputy Speaker, how many of those freshly created refugees will be invited to build a new life in Clacton. I also worry, Madam Deputy Speaker, that by focusing too extensively on deterrence and enforcement, the government will miss a vital opportunity to tackle the deep-rooted systemic issues that are truly at the heart of inequality in our country. Because if we solve the economic issues, we begin to heal as a nation, and the toxicity around this debate loses its power. Madam Deputy Speaker, I have discussed migration many times with constituents who are concerned, and I really value those conversations. But I was told during one such conversation that we had a shortage of housing due to immigrants, and that constituents cannot see a GP because of immigrants. I want to repeat here what I told him. Between 1946 and 1981, as a nation, we built 5 million council homes. Since 1981, we have built 250,000. Liverpool has not built a council house for 36 years. Madam Deputy Speaker, it's Thatcher's legacy, not migration. That's where the fingers should point for our present-day housing crisis. And Speaker admits, despite the best attempts of some of the sections of the media to portray asylum seekers living a life of luxury at UK taxpayers' expense, the reality is quite different. It is often the private companies contracted to run the government immigration services and house asylum seekers in awful conditions who reap the benefits. Serco's 2023 half-year results stated that revenues increased by 13%, with financial statements citing a rise in profits partly due to strong demand for immigration services, and the destruction of the NHS by 14 years of austerity and decades of privatisation is why people can't get a GP appointment or receive treatment in A&E. It's immigrants who help build the NHS, Madam Deputy Speaker. A man recently told me he was a true patriot and that immigration is responsible for everything if you're suffering economically. And he reflected on those words, true patriot, and a narrative being spun around who is and not worthy to live on these isles. Recently, my brother had our DNA tested and discovered that we were 65% Irish, 25% Scottish, 9% Welsh, and surprisingly 1% Danish, but 0 English. Scouse not English, you might say. Yes, I am fiercely proud to come from these isles of my great city of Liverpool, with its melting pot of cultures built on immigration. That's how I define patriotism, not by race or religion, which is a road I fear many are taking right now into the race to the bottom with Trump's America. So to conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, let us stop demonising those who come to the UK in search of safety, security and a better life. Let us nurture humanity, not hatred, and revisit the methods used to house, support and integrate migrants upon arrival in the UK. As I said earlier, immigration forms the very foundation of my great city, and we are all richer for it. We know that managed badly, immigration can breed fear, anger, hatred, but this is not inevitable. Managed well, and with the right support in place for local communities and migrants, immigration can be benefits for us all. And I will watch this bill as it progresses with great interest to see if it delivers the fair, humane and effective immigration system this country so desperately needs.
Ben objecting.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This government, with this plan, will sadly not get on top of illegal immigration. The Secretary of State has made much of the fact that this bill will introduce powers mirroring counter-terror legislation to allow law enforcement partners to disrupt, investigate and prosecute those facilitating organised immigration crime. But law enforcement already have the ability to disrupt, investigate and prosecute. The Border Security Command and the recruitment of its commander were announced to great fanfare by the government, but what is there to show for it? Having already removed any deterrent, the number of small boats has risen to its highest level, and by the end of the year, numbers had risen to over 30,000 arrivals, crossing now with impunity. The Border Security Command is due to provide and oversee a long-term vision for the border security system. What is that long-term vision for the border security system? Within that system, the Border Security Command is responsible for setting the system's strategic priorities. What are the strategic priorities? The Border Security Commander was appointed in September. It is now February. When will he set the government's strategic priorities for border security? The default answer to nearly every question from the Minister for Border Security and Asylum is that the Border Security Command is providing cross-system strategic leadership to tackle organised immigration crime, because cross-system strategic leadership is the #1 thing that people smuggling gangs fear more than anything. I asked what the Border Security Command's target is for reducing the number of people entering the country by a small boat. Cross-system strategic leadership. I asked what Border Security Command's timeline is for reducing the number of people entering the country by a small boat. Cross-system strategic leadership. I asked what Border Security Command provides in the way of cross-system strategic leadership to Border Force, to the National Crime Agency, to Immigration Enforcement, to the police. The response? The Border Security Command is, for the first time, providing system leadership across those partners. But most importantly, several months after the Border Security Command has been established, I asked how many organised immigration crime groups have been dismantled, or to put that in terms that regular viewers may find more familiar, how many gangs have been smashed. They are collecting key data across the system which will support the Border Security Command's ability to drive cohesive delivery across the system. So none then. Not a single gang has been smashed. The government stated that their new approach to border security will focus on prevent, pursue, protect and prepare. Prevent will disincentivise migrants, but how is this legislation going to change that? Currently, if anybody wondering whether the journey to the UK will be worth the risk, the gov.uk asylum support webpage states, you can ask for somewhere to live, a cash allowance, or both as an asylum seeker. You'll be given somewhere to live if you need it. This could be in a flat, house, hostel, or bed and breakfast. You'll usually get £49.18 for each person in your household. This will help you pay for things you need, like food, clothing, and toiletries. If you've been refused asylum, but you're still eligible for support, you'll be given somewhere to live, £49.18 per person on a payment card for food, clothing, and toiletries. So whether you're eligible for asylum or you're not, you'll still likely get a home and 50 quid a week. What deterrent is there in this legislation to mitigate those pull factors? None. No, I won't. This bill repeals most of the Illegal Migration Act, removes the duty of the Home Secretary to make arrangements to remove persons to their home country or a safe third country who enter the UK illegally, and allows illegal migrants to obtain British citizenship. More incentives. The Illegal Migrant Act blocked asylum seekers from claiming asylum based on their method of entry. So those who enter the country illegally via a small boat were unable to claim asylum, be eligible for support, or crucially, be eligible to claim British citizenship. The government talks tough on deportations, proudly boasting that it's deported record numbers of migrants. But over 80% of those individuals are voluntary returns. And when I asked the Home Office how much they were each awarded in financial incentives up to £3,000 per person, the Minister of State for Border Security and Asylum could not provide that information. Why doesn't she know? Even those who lose the game will still walk away with a cash prize. With no credible deterrent since the election, we have seen numbers rocket and migrant hotels reopen, because in just 3 months since the election, the numbers of migrants in asylum hotels has risen by 6,000. That's roughly equivalent to the population of the third biggest town in my constituency. Indeed, in Cambridgeshire, the Honourable Labour members for Peterborough and North West Cambridgeshire have asked the Home Office to rethink their decision to move 146 male asylum seekers into the Dragonfly Hotel in Peterborough. I imagine that wasn't on their first 6 months of a Labour government bingo card. The only deterrent appears to be 5 years in prison if migrants refuse to be rescued in the Channel by French authorities, and I will be staggered if a single person is prosecuted for refusing to be rescued by the French. For reference, threatening someone with a weapon carries a maximum sentence of 4 years custody in the UK. To suggest migrants will receive a harsher sentence for not being rescued by French authorities is nonsense. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a terrible bill that pays lip service to controlling illegal immigration by talking tough whilst crossing its fingers behind its back. We know that members opposite are more comfortable signing letters to stop deportation flights than they are actually deporting people. But this bill pours fuel on the fire of illegal migration. It encourages it, facilitates it, and I wouldn't be surprised if Lord Hermer had advised on it. This bill makes for a snappy headline, but it will not be the solution needed to curtail illegal immigration.
Sarah Sultana.
Deputy Speaker, you might not realise it from some of the speeches we've heard, but this bill is actually about people. People fleeing war, persecution and unimaginable hardship. And so the repeal of the Safety of Rwanda Act and parts of the Illegal Migration Act is welcome. These cruel, unworkable policies undermined our international obligations and put lives at risk. But this bill still falls short. It retains harmful provisions like Section 59, deeming asylum claims from countries like Albania, Georgia and India inadmissible. These are not countries that are universally safe. Just ask the LGBT community in Georgia, journalists in Albania, or Kashmiris and religious minorities in India. Survivors of trafficking and torture from these nations seek refuge here. Denying them asylum based on nationality alone is unjust and risks returning them to danger. Section 29 is equally appalling. It denies protections to victims of modern slavery if they have a criminal record, ignoring the fact that many are coerced into crime by traffickers. Punishing victims for their own exploitation isn't just cruel, it is a failure of justice. Section 12 further weakens judicial scrutiny of immigration detention, letting the Secretary of State determine what constitutes a reasonable period, stripping away legal safeguards and allowing indefinite detention by ministerial order. Sections 12, 59 and 29 also risk breaching the European Convention on Human Rights and should be repealed. This bill also introduces new offences that could see refugees prosecuted simply for seeking safety, a deeply troubling approach. In reality, these measures will punish desperate individuals rather than the smugglers who exploit them. Let's be clear, no one risks their lives crossing the channel in a flimsy boat unless they have no other choice. Enver Solomon, CEO of the Refugee Council, put it plainly. Criminalising men, women and children who have fled conflicts in countries such as Sudan does not disrupt the smuggling gang's business model. When a refugee is clambering into a boat with an armed criminal threatening them, they're not thinking about UK laws, but are simply trying to stay alive. The most effective way to break the smuggling gang's grip is to stop refugees from getting into boats in the first place, which means giving them a legal way to seek asylum in the UK without crossing the channel. Yet this bill fails to do that. It continues to treat desperate people as criminals rather than addressing the reasons that they are forced into making dangerous crossings in the first place, and fuels toxic rhetoric that breeds hate and division. And we have all seen the consequences of that. Asylum hotels, named by MPs in this very chamber, have been targeted by far-right writers, setting them alight. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. The enemy of the working class travels by private jet, not migrant dinghy. And when politicians and right-wing press deliberately stoke anti-migrant sentiment, they distract us from the real issues. A system that prioritises profit over people, it slashes our public services, it gives tax breaks to the very wealthy, and it allows inequality to flourish. And so, Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill could have ended the hostile environment. Instead, it doubles down on the same failed policies, criminalising refugees, denying protection to survivors, and failing to provide safe routes. As an MP representing Coventry, a proud city of sanctuary, enriched by generations of immigration, we demand better. We need a system that upholds human rights and international law and is built on fairness, compassion and humanity, not more failed punitive policies. We need safe legal routes for asylum seekers, family reunification and protections for trafficking survivors. This bill, however, entrenches injustice instead of ending it. Thank you.
Nick Timothy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Home Secretary asked earlier why we oppose this bill. The answer is it weakens the law and it allows illegal immigrants to claim asylum, live off benefits and become British citizens. It hinders enforcement by stopping scientific age checks for illegal immigrants, and it allows the courts to further restrict immigration detention. No wonder the Home Secretary was yet again unable to say which metric we should use and when to judge whether she succeeded in smashing the gangs. Once more, she revealed her party's true self by arguing that the problem with the crossings is not the crime of illegal immigration, but the risk to the illegal immigrants. Much of this bill is fanciful. New offences for facilitating the channel crossings apply in other jurisdictions. The idea that the state, even working with other countries, might identify, arrest and extradite the criminals involved when it fails to prosecute elementary immigration crimes committed on British soil seems far-fetched. Some measures are pathetically weak. The bill, for example, requires the Border Security Commander to produce, quote, a strategic priority document to which partner agencies must have regard. Even the measures that supposedly toughen policy have glaring loopholes. The new offence of endangering another during sea crossings excludes the parents of children on the boats from prosecution, obviously encouraging migrants to put more children onto the boats. But it's all a sham, because we know the government's real policy is to rush asylum claims through, accepting the vast majority before hiding immigrants in the welfare and local authority housing budgets. A government impact assessment last July admitted this in black and white. In it said 44,000 illegal immigrants ministers were choosing not to deport would be granted asylum instead. And this cohort alone will cost the taxpayer up to £18 billion over their lifetimes. So opaque was the Home Office about the true costs of its policy choices that the Statistics Authority rebuked the department in a letter to me for being insufficiently transparent. This should prompt an urgent question about what we're going to do with the huge numbers of low-skilled and high-cost immigrants who have come to Britain in recent years. According to the Centre for Policy Studies, more than 2 million visas have recently been issued to immigrants who could soon get indefinite leave to remain. This gives them the right to live in Britain indefinitely and grants them access to the NHS, social housing and benefits. Even cautious estimates suggest that the net lifetime fiscal cost of the taxpayer could reach £234 billion. So this brings me, Madam Deputy Speaker, to my final point. Those immigrants who entered the country illegally should never be allowed to stay here. And those who come here legally on time-limited visas and have not contributed enough should be expected to leave. My right honourable friend, the Leader of the Opposition, is right to say that ILR should be conditional on your respect for the law and your contribution to our economy. This would go some way in making up for the failures of immigration policy in the recent past, and it would mean a different system in which we think of immigration as a temporary stay, not a permanent right. It would increase the outflow of immigrants as we also control the inflow, and it would make sure that both the law and the state are in a condition to deliver this policy. Civilizations unable to control their borders die, and ours is no exception. The future of immigration policy must not just be about who comes here, but about who we decide must leave.
Tony Barn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I would like to draw attention to my register of interest for the support provided to my office by the Refugee Asylum Migration Policy Project. I commend the front bench team for their work on this bill to give law enforcement agencies the powers that my constituents in Folkestone and Hythe expect them to have to tackle these smuggling networks. And it's a lamentable failure of government that the party opposite preferred gimmicks to practical, workable solutions to take down these gangs. The only winners in this multi-million-pound industry, which burgeoned under the previous government, are the organised criminals who exploit others' desperation and force many to work in criminal enterprises here in the UK. In my 18 years as a lawyer, I worked with many victims of modern slavery and saw how these organised criminals use brutal, dehumanising tactics to destroy their victims' will and their dignity. Instead of addressing this complex issue, the party opposite wasted £700 million on an expensive Rwanda gimmick and created a massive asylum backlog, all while stoking division and disregarding the rule of law. I'm pleased to see this government draw a line under all of this by taking a different approach, by repealing the Safety of Rwanda Act and most of the Illegal Migration Act. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm pleased that the government's answer to these problems takes the common sense approach of tackling organised crime with stronger law enforcement tools. I thank the Minister for repealing the worst aspect. I want to use my remaining time to make 2 points about something the bill leaves in and something the bill leaves out. I thank the Minister for repealing the worst aspects of the Illegal Migration Act when it comes to modern slavery, but I ask whether we really need to keep in the uncommenced provision in Section 29 of the Tories' Illegal Migration Act, which would block modern slavery protections on public order grounds, and in my view could well undermine our efforts to combat trafficking. Section 29 would deprive police of vital intelligence needed to imprison traffickers. Traffickers intimidate victims into silence by convincing them they will be harmed if they speak out. Victims need to trust that coming forward will lead to protection and not punishment. But under the Illegal Migration Act, Section 29, anyone arriving in a small boat could be prosecuted for entering without a visa and then be excluded from the trafficking protections as a result. Victims are likely to think, what's the point in going to the police, making myself a target when the police wouldn't protect me anyway, and that would support the traffickers' business model and would violate our international obligations. So I ask the Government to reconsider the need for Section 29, together with the rest of the, Section 63 of the NABA Act, when the bill reaches committee stage. My other point is this. The bill tackles the criminal groups which drive small boats crossing, but does not address the other dimension of the problem, which is the lack of avenues to seek asylum without making these dangerous crossings. The Home Secretary rightly said that this bill is focused on the gangs, but pre-arrival processing is an important outstanding issue. We have schemes for Ukraine, Afghanistan and Hong Kong, and we should be thinking about increasing resettlement of refugees who already have been recognised abroad, such as through the UNHCR. So I wonder whether the Minister would commit to seriously looking at a pilot system for those from specific conflict zones who have strong claims to be allowed to travel here, so their claim can be fully examined on UK soil, and this would build the evidence base on this issue to inform future policy and lawmaking. I also echo the remarks of the Honourable Member for Sheffield Hallam about Section 59 of the Illegal Migration Act on the Safe Country list. Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill is a long overdue step towards fixing the foundations of our asylum system, so it's a fair and managed and compassionate system which the public can have confidence in once more. It pursues practical, workable solutions rather than the gimmicks and divisiveness of the other parties, which I'm proud this Government rejects. Thank you.
Wendy Martin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My constituents in Aldridge Brownhills do not object to immigration per se, and it's a myth to assume that people who voted for Brexit did so purely from the basis of racism. Far from it. What people across my constituency do want to see, though, is a fair immigration system, a system where people stand in turn and come to this country fairly. But where this has fallen down, and where we now see the ever-increasing numbers of people choosing to come here illegally across the Channel, then we must have a deterrent to deal with the issue. Without this, we will continue to see and feel the effects of too many people coming into our country illegally. My constituents are quite clear that the way in which you smash the people smugglers is by having a strong deterrent. Let us look at Australia. When illegal migration first emerged as a major problem in 2001, the then Howard government took swift action to break the smugglers by having a deportation strategy. This policy was, of course, then dismantled by an incoming Labour government in 2007. Yet the same Labour government were then forced to reintroduce the Howard government policy after 5 years of ever-increasing numbers making their way to Australia through people smugglers who saw the elephant in the room, which was an immigration policy which had no deterrent. Madam Deputy Speaker, that is exactly what we have in this country here today, an inadequate measure to deal with a major issue. Illegal crossings are up 30% since the general election. We need to see action, and we need to see action now, not just tinkering around the edges of legislation. We need to see deterrents in place and working. Currently, there is no deterrent to stop the boats. Now, turning specifically to the bill in front of us today. Firstly, the repeal of the Safety of Rwanda Act 2024 and repeal of the Illegal Migration Act 2023. Much has been said about these two pieces of legislation, but what I see in front of me in this bill amounts to sheer madness. It means that asylum seekers can refuse to take a scientific age assessment and consequently would no longer be treated as over 18 if they refuse to take this. How on earth does the government plan to identify adults pretending to be children if they legislate to allow them not to have to take a scientific age assessment? This surely acts as a further tool in the armoury of the people smugglers, who I'm sure are already poring over this legislation and identifying the loopholes. What does it mean for safeguarding of those who in our country are tasked with dealing with these individuals? As it stands, the proposed legislation would enable what I believe is the unintended consequence around refusing a rescue, whereby someone on a small boat can claim they are a parent with a child and can therefore refuse rescue by French authorities, refuse return to France and continue to, yes, the UK. What is needed is an understanding and a plan of what to do with someone you can't return. You need third-party agreements. They are vital. That's why we put the Rwanda scheme in place. That's why we put the Albania scheme in place, and guess what? It works. It's a route of return. It's a deterrent. Those coming illegally to the UK from Albania, they know that they will be returned. But disappointingly, the minute this Labour government came to power and signalled its intentions to scrap the deterrent within our immigration policy, the number of channel crossings once again started to rise, 30% in 7 months. Now, I do accept that as a government we had far more to do, and some of our loss of trust with the British people was not least of all on this issue. But this bill and this government's repealing of the Rwanda legislation will do nothing to improve the trust of this House and the British people to make them believe their borders are safe. Indeed, all this does is tinker at the edges. Our constituents want to see action, not just words. And I cannot, in all honesty, see anything in this bill which gets to the heart of the problem, which has to be to smash the gangs. I am left fearing what is worse, that this proposed legislation simply gives a green light to the people smugglers that this country has open borders without any form of deterrent. And for that reason alone, I cannot support this legislation.
Josh Simons.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As others have spoken about the specific measures in this bill, I'd like to take a step back and talk about the ideas that underpin it. Because there have been grumblings tonight that we are aping members opposite, that we're being asked to pretend, to delude ourselves and dupe the public somehow into thinking that we support strong and controlled borders as a precondition for managed migration. I support this bill, but I'm doing no such thing. For one thing, we've no need to ape members opposite. Their continued smug self-satisfaction smacks of their refusal to reckon with the magnitude of their failure, including to secure our borders. Nor do we need to emulate the tub-thumping, NHS-destroying 5 musketeers who seem to be enjoying flying around the world, raking in cash and occasionally representing their constituents, only one of whom has bothered to show up tonight. We should worry less about them and more about the force of our own arguments, of those who believe in progress and fairness and who seek to represent the interests of working people in this country. Because so often I have been told by people who live in wealthier, educated, cosmopolitan cities that support for strong borders, for the right of a public to choose who joins its ranks, is an unenviable moral compromise. The open borders are the natural state of things, and the use of force to control them is a regrettable, if sometimes necessary, feature of the modern world. Those who think this do not understand the history of our democracy. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I hope you will forgive a short detour. In the first great democracy in history, ancient Athens, about half of the residents were migrants, or metics. Metics were subject to different rules, who joined the city was controlled, and the bar was set high for who could become a citizen and vote. If metics broke Athenian laws, they were expelled from the city, sometimes thrust into the blazing Greek sun. It is a fundamental principle of democracy that the people who govern themselves control who they are, who becomes a member of the demos. But in recent decades, some in this country seem to have forgotten that principle. For instance, I was enormously frustrated by the Remain campaign's failure to acknowledge that the EU alters this fundamental principle. Now, you might argue that control is worth giving up for some other reason, like economic growth or reducing red tape, but without acknowledging you do give it up, we lack the credibility to make the argument. And this is something my constituents understood perfectly well. Control over who joins our self-governing nation is not a moral compromise. It is the heart of what makes us a free people and a strong democracy. The upshot is simple. Control over the borders of this country is a precondition for a serious moral debate about who we should allow to join, on what terms, and for what reasons. Unless elected governments can demonstrate to their people that they have control over admission, we cannot seriously debate the trade-offs in who we admit and why. The public rightly judged my party to have lost credibility on this issue in recent decades. In 2004, we chose not to put the brakes on and opened our labour markets to new EU members. At times, we've openly mocked those concerned about migration. But we are not that party anymore. I was not elected to this chamber to espouse those views. In fact, I promised hundreds of my constituents I would not rest until we gripped our borders, restored control, and yes, as the Home Secretary said, brought down the numbers of legal migrants entering this country each year. And I meant it. For me, this is not a regrettable moral compromise, a pact with the devil in which we hold our noses and ape members opposite to win votes. It's about a deep belief in what it means for our country to be strong and our democracy respected. Because elected politicians don't just follow the polls, they explain and defend their convictions, and ours are these. The Labour Party exists to represent working people. We seek to win and use power to represent people outside the establishment who don't usually sit in the rooms where decisions are made. And at the heart of this is the simple idea that elected people like me should take responsibility for deciding who gets to join it. Parliament controls our borders, not Brussels, or after this bill, smuggler gangs. And that's why we, in the Labour Party, believe in control. We believe in order. They do not. That is why I welcome this bill in unequivocal terms. Those who abuse vulnerable people to threaten the order of our borders should be treated like terrorists. And I am glad that under this government they will be. Because in doing so, we're not aping anyone. We're doing what Labour exists to do, take back control to represent the working people of this great country.
And we'll be going down to a 4-minute time limit after the next speaker. Rebecca Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's the summer of 2001, and I'm on a University of Southampton history field trip to the East End of London. Part of the course, The Making of Englishness, Changing the Notions of British and English National Identity in Relation to Issues of Race, Ethnicity and Immigration from 1840 to present day. Still a course being taught by Professor Tony Kushner 25 years later. He took us to the corner of Brick Lane and to a building that was once a Huguenot chapel, was then a Jewish synagogue and is today a Muslim mosque. That particular visit changed my understanding and perception of how immigration has impacted our country and the place of refuge that we have been over the centuries. Immigration to the UK is not a new thing. However, issues with asylum and illegal immigration are also not new. 2 years later, I did a stint in the European Parliament working for an MEP, and I spent some time researching the different asylum systems across the member states in response to the issues that we were facing under the previous Labour government. Why was that? Because numbers of immigrants had shot up, casework had rolled in, and it became obvious that then as now we were the final destination for a huge amount of illegal immigrants. Fast forward 20 years and I found myself as the cabinet member responsible for refugees in Plymouth. I saw firsthand the exceptional record of the previous Conservative government in providing for those arriving legitimately as part of resettlement schemes in response to crises in Hong Kong, Ukraine and Afghanistan, and the integration and engagement that took place as over 500,000 migrants and refugees settled here, facilitated by many like my South West Devon constituents. Yet I also saw the impact on local services, housing, health and schools, the cost of even legitimate immigration. We are all agreed, I believe, that we must tackle the numbers arriving in this country illegally so that we can better serve those who arrive legitimately. Those claiming asylum through legitimate channels and not arriving here in small boats after passing through safe country after safe country to get here. We must tackle those who ignore international asylum rules designed so that the burden of those fleeing conflict, famine and persecution is shared equally among those nations who have a moral duty to offer refuge. The numbers of those arriving illegally will, however, keep increasing unless we have a deterrent. And that's why this bill seems so counterproductive. Not only by removing the deterrents put in place by the last Conservative government, but by repealing most of the Illegal Immigration Act 2023, the new Labour government is in effect not only removing any deterrent, but also increasing the incentives to try and get here illegally. The promise of claiming asylum regardless of how you arrived, whether that is legally or illegally, and the promise of British citizenship. Talk about an open door policy. So many debates since the new Labour government have taken office seem to involve highlighting the unintended consequences of their legislation. And in this case, that unintended consequence is bound to be increasing the numbers likely to try and get to our shores, the complete opposite of what they want to achieve. And with that, a huge knock-on impact on housing, schools, healthcare and public services in general. All because the government is naive enough to believe that a so-called border security commander will solve the problem. Tackling illegal gangs, Madam Deputy Speaker, is a noble aim, but the last time I checked, illegal gangs don't tend to easily identify themselves, and all the while the numbers arriving in this country will only keep increasing. So to finish, without being defeatist, we struggle to tackle knife crime, we struggle to tackle drug gangs here on our own streets. I remain unconvinced, therefore, that we can tackle the tsunami of illegal boat crossings, already up a quarter on previous figures since this new Labour government has arrived, by simply tackling what is in effect the black market driving illegal immigration. By all means, tackle the gangs, but to rely on this with no deterrent and instead effectively reward those who make it here illegally is doomed to fail. It reduces the value of doing the right thing and arriving here legally, and is a roll of the dice which seems certain to fail before it has even started.
Leigh. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm just going to say a few words before I go into my main speech to, I suppose, position me on migration. When I was growing up, my dad, who was a bricklayer, had to go and work in Germany because it was really hard to get good paying work in Burnley, where I'm from. So he, with loads of mates, a bit like our Wiedersehen pet, went over to Germany to help when the Berlin Wall fell down, well, was taken down, to help with unification. And it was where he was able to earn the wages that helped my parents put a roof over my head and they put food in my belly. So I wanted to say that to explain where I come from on migration. Migration is not a threat. It's part of our national story. It's the very fabric of who we are as a country, and it contributes towards our economy, public services, businesses and communities. What we cannot allow and should never tolerate is unchecked illegal immigration, led by bad faith actors who seek to undermine our border security and in doing so put lives at risk. For too long, ruthless gangs have exploited vulnerable people, charging them thousands of pounds to make dangerous journeys in overcrowded, flimsy boats. These journeys are not only illegal, but often deadly, leading to tragic and unnecessary loss of life. And we cannot, in good conscience, stand by while human lives are treated as commodities for those on our borders and compromised by those who profit from human misery. Right now, the system is completely overwhelmed, with unworkable policies creating backlogs and putting impossible pressure on housing and public services. I too was a councillor, and I remember the pressures that local services are feeling. But this is not about turning our backs on those in need. It's about creating an orderly, compassionate and a secure system that works for everyone. It's about restoring public confidence and ensuring that our borders are protected without compromising our values. This bill fixes what isn't working, ensuring that we have a fair but firm asylum process, one that prioritises genuine refugees while stopping abuses of the system that we're currently seeing. I strongly support this bill, and I'd encourage colleagues across the House to vote for it. Let us send a clear message. We're a nation of compassion and of fairness, but also one of law, order and border security.
Ms. Cocking.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We must bring levels of migration down. The numbers have simply been far too high for far too long. And my constituents in Broxbourne say that to me loud and clear, and I completely agree with them. But unfortunately, despite the Home Secretary's words, I am not convinced this bill will go far enough. The government have ignored the National Crime Agency, who have stated that a deterrent is essential to prevent small boats crossings. They are now repealing the legal basis of the deterrent the last government introduced, ignoring the fact that there has been a 30% rise in small boat crossings since they took office. And they are ignoring their own backbenchers who just last week were calling for a stronger stance on immigration by repealing the laws introduced by the last government to toughen up the system. The Illegal Migration Act 2023 placed a duty on the Secretary of State to remove illegal migrants to their home country or a third safe country. It ensured that those entering this country illegally would never be eligible for British citizenships. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, no ifs, no buts. If you enter the UK illegally, you should never be able to claim citizenship.
British citizenship is a privilege, not a right. So what message does repealing these measures send to our constituents or those considering the dangerous crossing? Frankly, Madam Deputy Speaker, it shows if you manage to get to the United Kingdom illegally, this Labour government will let you stay for good. I fully support what my honourable friend, the Shadow Home Secretary, has set out this afternoon, and the Conservative amendment. Citizenship and permanent residency should not be handed out freely. The ability to access that status should be heavily restricted. It must not be available to those who have a criminal record, those who have claimed benefits, or have had access to social housing. We must be clear that any individual that enters the country illegally should never be granted indefinite leave to remain or citizenship, and I'm disappointed that this bill does the exact opposite. Elsewhere in the bill, clauses 1 to 12 provide a framework to enable the Border Security Command to fulfil their role as an effective border security system, and sets out that the commander must minimise threats to our border security. He's been in place since September, so what has this new organisation been doing in that time? They certainly haven't tackled our threats to our border security, as I have said, small boats crossing are up 30% since July. My constituents want to see immigration, both legal and illegal, under control, and as their MP, I want to vote for measures that reduce net migration numbers and to avoid the situation recently forecast by the Office of National Statistics, and this bill fails to do that.
Chris Murray.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased we are having this debate today because the measures proposed in this bill are long overdue. Anyone can see that under the last government, confidence in the immigration and border security system broke down, with hundreds of millions of taxpayers' money wasted on harebrained schemes, tens of thousands crossing the Channel every year. 69 people died crossing the Channel last year in the waters off our shores. We don't need more gimmicks and headline grabbing. We need serious measures and hard graft. There are three key components in this bill that I think will have the most impact. Firstly, the counter-terror style powers on immigration enforcement. These are really important measures that will make immigration enforcement properly intelligence-led. There is no point in just arresting someone when they step off the boat if you don't disrupt the network that funneled them to the shore in the first place. So new powers on seizing electronic devices, biometric testing, intelligence gathering powers, the serious crime prevention orders are exactly what's needed. For 4 years before I was elected, I served as the Justice and Home Affairs Attaché at the British Embassy in Paris, and I saw firsthand the kind of interventions that make a difference in securing the Channel border. This is exactly what we need. We are talking about large, well-funded, organised crime networks. We need to treat them like that. Secondly, I strongly welcome the new offence of endangering a life at sea. We have to change the risk calculation of the people getting onto those boats, which is what Rwanda clearly failed to do. It should shame us all that somehow we have contrived a situation where innocent people drown off our shores, and it is right that we treat the people who endanger their lives like terrorists. Finally, I cannot welcome enough the emphasis on working with other countries. Immigration is by its very definition a cross-border phenomenon, and so immigration crime is a cross-border crime. Countries like France, Germany, the rest of the Calais Group will be central in helping Britain tackle our challenges, and the intelligence sharing, access to databases, joint operations is the bread and butter of actually fixing immigration challenges. Immigration is obviously a challenging political topic, but like with the economy, like with public services, public trust is conditional on the government having a firm grip on the immigration system. Folk understand we live in a complex world and people do cross borders. They want to be compassionate to save those fleeing for their lives. They do not want to see people drown, but most of all, they want to see that system managed. It has to be firm and fair, and it has to be both. The measures in this bill should have been on the statute book long ago. Rather than just standing on our shores and shouting, we are seeing the government get down to doing the hard graft of what it takes to secure our borders. Thank you.
Shockout Adam.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. There, but by the grace of God, goes I. Like everyone in this House, I appreciate the need for security at our borders and the need for a sensible discourse around immigration. But what we must be very careful about and mindful of is our approach, our rhetoric, and our implementation. Our approach must always be guided by compassion, legality, and an unwavering commitment to human rights. Now, I appreciate the bill seeks to confront increasingly sophisticated methods used by organised crime groups to facilitate irregular migration. However, global instabilities, be it conflict or the devastating impact of climate change, force desperate people to risk everything in search of security. Since August 2019, 138 people, including many children, have tragically lost their lives. It's not migrants who drown, it's not asylum seekers who drown, it's human beings. And these losses are a stark reminder that people do not take such risks unless they are fleeing unimaginable atrocities. In our pursuit of security, we must take care not to conflate genuine asylum seekers with criminals or opportunists. Our language and our policies must not inflame hatred or prejudice against those seeking sanctuary. In addressing irregular immigration, the government has proposed the following 4 pillars: prevent by disincentivising migrants, pursuing by disrupting the operations of organised crime gangs, protecting and preparing. I would like the government to add one more thing, and that is participating, to meaningfully resolving global conflict and addressing the root causes of migration, which is climate change, famine, conflict, and human rights violations. We must increase our spending on overseas aid back to 0.7% of GDP. By taking a proactive international role, we can help create conditions that reduce pressures driving desperate migration. We must furthermore not view this entire process through the prism of criminality. Particularly alarming to me is Clause 18, which creates a criminal offence of endangering another during a sea crossing. For me, this clause is clearly aimed at those inside the boats, the very individuals fleeing peril, representing a dangerous escalation in the criminalisation powers under the Nationality and Borders Act. Such measures risk penalising vulnerable people who are already caught in the midst of conflict, deprivation and despair. And worryingly, according to the ECHR, although it is very unlikely, there is no absolute bar to prosecuting parents who have taken their children on journeys which come within the ambit of the endangerment offence, which could result in the breakup of families. Furthermore, we must ask why the bill excludes countries such as India, Albania and Georgia from its protections. Genuine survivors of tortures, trafficking and persecution from these nations deserve our help, not our suspicion. And the retention of sections 59 and 29, which would restrict or even criminalise asylum and human rights claims from these very countries. I call on the government to address these pressing questions. How will we ensure that our measures do not criminalise those seeking asylum? Why are we excluding countries like mentioned above? And what steps will be taken to increase international aid? This bill, I believe, is a missed opportunity to demonstrate the government's stated commitment to human rights and the rule of law and to modernise the asylum and immigration system. We obviously all welcome the repealing of the Safety of the Rwanda Act, but I look forward to seeing some meaningful amendments at committee stage.
I just want to start by correcting some misinformation that has been shared throughout this debate by members opposite, I'm sure unintentionally. But when you speak about illegal immigrants, or people seeking asylum illegally, everyone under international law has a right to seek asylum from persecution. That's enshrined in international law. There's also a right not to be penalised for entering the country without permission where it's necessary to seek asylum. So when you say illegal, it's only illegal because the last government made it so, in the same way as Rwanda was only considered safe because the last government legislated to make it safe. And the vast majority of people do need to cross by irregular means because there are very, very few safe routes for them to cross otherwise. So the UK requires them to do that and then criminalises people who do. Madam Deputy Speaker, the government's scrapping of the Rwanda plan and the repealing of some of the most extreme elements of the previous Conservative government's legislation is very welcome indeed. It's essential that this performative cruelty is wiped from the statute books, and so I congratulate my honourable friends in the Home Office team for doing so. But I must admit that I'm also disappointed that many inhumane policies have been left to stand. For example, the Home Office will still be allowed to operate a two-tiered asylum system, with some refugees penalised for the route they arrived. Some victims of modern slavery will continue to be denied protections, and some people's claims will still be automatically inadmissible based on coming from a so-called safe country, some of which are anything but safe for minority groups. There are also some new elements of this bill that I'm particularly concerned about. The bill expands offences and gives the state additional powers to investigate and prosecute people. Now, I know that the government's target here is organised criminals running these operations, but I'm deeply concerned that many more people seeking asylum will also be criminalised as an unintended consequence. We must ensure that people who want to start a new life in safety after being forced from their homes are not punished. We need to combat the dehumanising false narrative that desperate people fleeing war and persecution are criminals, and we must not treat them as such. Instead, we should be properly reforming our broken asylum system. An improved system should include safe and legal routes, a fair and efficient decision-making process, lifting work restrictions, closing all large sites, and increasing asylum support rates. It is appalling that 138 people, 138 human beings attempting to cross the Channel since summer 2019 have died. I have no doubt that my party is united in wanting to save lives, but I'm concerned that this bill, no matter how well-intentioned its aims might be, will not succeed, and that more people will die attempting to reach our shores because it doesn't tackle the lack of alternative options for claiming asylum, which is driving people onto those dinghies. And I worry that our approach, which doesn't differ drastically enough from previous governments, will continue to add to the suffering that people seeking asylum have already experienced. When sector organisations like Asylum Matters, Asylum Aid, Médecins Sans Frontières, Refugee Council, Migrant Rights Network have said that they have serious concerns about this bill, alarm bells should be ringing, and I hope that...
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is a truth universally acknowledged that we need to have a robust migration policy that fulfils the economic needs of the UK whilst protecting and preserving our British way of life. Whilst it is important that the British public hear loud and clear our acknowledgement that the previous government did not get everything right on migration numbers, it is equally important that recognition is given to the actions of the last government to start turning the tide on migration numbers. On legal migration, the changes in visa rules at the end of 2023 curbed some of the student visa abuses, with the results that applications fell by 30% and thus delivering a cut to legal migration. On legal migration, the Safety of Rwanda Act 2024 created the foundations of a deterrent, which the National Crime Agency says is essential, that would have allowed the UK to process asylum applications overseas. The Illegal Migration Act 2023 would have stopped those who entered the UK illegally from claiming asylum or gaining citizenship. This bill before us, though, seeks to undo so much of the good work, as the Shadow Secretary of State set out earlier and my honourable friend for Braintree explained. Labour will instead allow legal migrants to claim asylum and have access to British citizenship, remove our third country deterrent and make our borders weaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, we are already starting to see the effects of Labour's light touch approach to border security.
Since the election, we've seen illegal boat crossings up and the number of migrants housed in hotels at taxpayers' expense up. Madam Deputy Speaker, at least the Labour Party are consistent on this issue. However, it is essential that we safeguard our borders, and this is not just linked to migration numbers. Under this bill, the government is seeking to set up a border security commander who is to exercise its functions, undefined, I note, having regard to the objectives of maximising the effectiveness of the activities of partner authorities relating to threats to border security. One such partner authority would be Border Force. Now, the Border Force is a law enforcement organisation whose priority in relation to channel crossings is search and rescue and safety of life. However, as was also flagged in our EFRA Select Committee session last week, they are also responsible for control of personal imports and checks on illegal meats coming in across the border. Biosecurity threats do not respect boundaries or borders. But the Border Force are so stretched that we are only able to check about 20% of the meats imported into the UK. I cannot state clearly enough, our biosecurity is at risk, particularly given the outbreak of foot-and-mouth disease in Germany and the spread of African swine fever. My concern, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that the government has created a new position in this commander without clear functions, which is a distraction from the action that is needed now. Overwhelmed by the numbers coming across the channel without an effective deterrent, our border force cannot manage the catastrophes in front of it. It needs urgent funding, and yet this government is not addressing it. For all the reasons above, Madam Deputy Speaker, I will be voting in favour of the Conservative reasoned amendment today, as this bill fundamentally underdoes the good work of the previous Conservative government, flies in the face of common sense, as an insult to my constituents in South Northamptonshire who want to see strong borders and a tough migration policy.
John Pearce.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to thank the Home Office team for bringing forward this bill. We all recognise in this place that immigration over the years has enriched our country and helped us all to prosper. You only have to look at the local health and care system in and around my constituency, High Peak, where nurses and care workers from around the world are keeping our NHS running. I'd like to put on record my thanks to all those in High Peak who have made it their home and contribute so much to our communities. The concerns I hear from local residents in High Peak are not with those who come here legally, who play by the rules and fulfil vital roles. It's those entering the UK irregularly, mostly on small boats, who they see as skipping the queue. This is about fairness, this is about the rule of law, and this is about standing up for British values. I remember not that long ago when the last government, Boris Johnson, and the now member for Clacton all promised us that leaving the European Union would mean that we would take back control of our borders. Madam Deputy Speaker, the last government left us with open borders and failed to create a plan to tackle illegal migration. Small boat crossings reached record numbers, and for the last 3 years of the previous government, they poured all their energy and resources into the shambolic, unworkable Rwanda scheme. A gimmick which saw just 4 volunteers go to Rwanda at the cost of £700 million of taxpayers' money. An utterly scandalous waste of my constituents' money. It was anything but a deterrent. It is shocking that so much time and effort was put into a scheme that could never work and would never work. We saw the consequences in High Peak of that lack of deterrent when the previous government tried to convert High Peak Halls in Buxton into an asylum dispersal centre, which was only ultimately stopped by opposition from the local police, local councils and local people. By contrast, this government is getting on with the job of delivering stronger border security and a fairer immigration system. We are determined to decisively bring down the number of small boat crossings and end the use of asylum hotels for good. Our deterrent is clear. We will process applications and we will deport those that do not have the right to be here. 19,000 people have been returned under this government, a 24% increase in enforced returns. That is a genuine deterrent. And this bill will go further in helping to defeat the criminal gangs that are making millions of pounds from preying on vulnerable people. All of us in this House have seen the tragic losses of life in the Channel, and stopping these crossings is a humanitarian necessity. This bill will help do that by creating the offence of endangering life at sea. I fully support the measures in this bill, giving the law enforcement agencies the toughest tools possible to break down the smuggling gang's ability to carry out those small boat crossings. The Prime Minister was right to say that we need to view these smuggling gangs as a global security threat and treat the smuggling gangs as the terrorists that they are. This bill will replicate the counter-terror powers on things like electronic devices at our borders and introduce new offences against gangs conspiring to plan crossings. Along with the statutory powers of the new Border Security Command, the people of High Peak can finally have faith that our law enforcement agencies will have the power to stop these vile criminals. And only by taking these concrete steps can we smash the gangs and bring down the numbers of people who are travelling to this country illegally. The government's plan for change is reliant on stronger border security, and it is critical that these steps are taken to ensure that those who threaten our security can be pursued relentlessly and by every means. This bill will start to restore the fairness and balance to our immigration system and, dare I say, take back control of our borders. That is what the people of High Peak expect, and that is what this Labour government will deliver.
Olivia.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Our country has a proud history and record of offering sanctuary to and helping those in need. Right from the kinder transport, when we offered a home to Jewish children escaping Nazi persecution, to hosting Ukrainians fleeing President Putin's Russia. Our country has proudly welcomed people from around the world. In fact, in our very own hour of need, when our cities lay in ruin after World War II, immigrants from the West Indies played a significant role in rebuilding Britain, filling labour shortages in critical sectors such as construction and transport and healthcare. We should not ever forget either the contribution that immigrants have made to our country or our responsibility as a place of refuge in the world. But today, immigration is higher than it's ever been, and it causes legitimate problems and concerns, things that my constituents in Mansfield are very concerned about. And let me be absolutely clear, my constituents, many of whom voted for me last year, are not racist or right-wing or far-right for having concerns about immigration and security of our borders. In fact, they're neither racist or far-right for being worried about our NHS or about housing or about why their children can't get a place in a local school of their choice. And so, Madam Deputy Speaker, we must never label those constituents who raise legitimate and factually sound concerns as racist. What we must do as a government is address them. And I believe the previous government failed to do this, instead allowing migration, both legal and illegal, to skyrocket. And so I'm glad, therefore, that the government is scrapping a completely ineffective Rwanda scheme, which costs an eye-watering £700 million, and we are instead introducing measures that will deal with the problem in hand. And so I am particularly pleased that this bill will target the people smuggling gangs, which are facilitating boat crossings in the Channel, and these measures creating a new offence against gangs selling or handling small boat parts for use in the Channel, confiscating electronic devices and disrupting communications, and supporting the newly created Border Security Command. Madam Deputy Speaker, these actions are responsible, they're realistic, and they show that this government is focused on delivering results. unlike the solutions offered by those opposite. And my constituents in Mansfield want to get on with this bill with the other legislation that the government has brought forward in its first 6 months of office, supporting more house building, investment into our National Health Service and schools will go a long way to ensuring this.
John MacDonald.
I simply have one request and one amendment sought to the bill, but before that, can I just say I've listened to the whole debate. I've got more asylum seekers in hotels in my constituency than any other constituency in the country. I have 2 detention centres, and one of the detention centres was my last detention centre imprisoning children. So I understand. I tour around the hotels, and every time there's a debate in this place like this and it gets reported outside, I worry because it creates insecurity and worry and fear amongst those asylum seekers in my constituency. Most of them in the hotels at the moment, just to answer a point that was made earlier, have come in the boats, but they come in the boats because there's no other route that they can get through. It's as simple as that. And when I talk to the Border Force staff, and I'm the chair of the PCS parliamentary group, if we look at the PCS proposals, we've organised the border staff, what are they saying? What is the union policy? And what are the staff on the front line saying? They're saying the way to end the boats is to introduce a safe passage visa system accessible through our European centres or online. And that way you undercut the whole criminal gang's potential for earning money. In meeting those asylum seekers, I just have to say this. It's rare I come away without tears in my eyes from listening to their individual stories, the suffering in their home countries, but also in the passage here. And it's also rare that I don't come away being impressed by the scale of the talent that there is amongst them and just how much they can contribute to our economy and our society. So I just say this. I want my message to go out. I welcome asylum seekers here. I welcome them here. Simple as that. There's one issue I want to raise, and it's the failure to address the issue of the assessment of the age of the individual applicants themselves. The last government introduced the scheme, it's been mentioned, the National Age Assessment Board, to use supposedly scientific measures to assess the age of a person. What that has resulted in, and at the time some of you who were involved, some of the members who were involved in the debate, experts both in here, this place and elsewhere, Lord Winston has been mentioned, contested this scientific approach and said it was just inaccurate and failed right where it's been used elsewhere in other countries. It's been proved to be a failure, but where it has been used, it's never been relied upon solely. What's been used in the past and what's been successful has been the whole comprehensive evidence taking, so a social work type assessment of the individuals. Since the new system's been introduced, as the honourable member for the leader of the Green Party mentioned, there's been 1,300 failed assessments, wrong assessments. What does that mean? I'll give you one example. 450 convictions of people coming in under the new law with regard to people coming in via the boats. 450 convictions, 14 of those imprisoned as a result of that, we later determined were children. So it means if you get the wrong assessment, you're classified as an adult, you are then put in an adult institution, and some of them have been classified as adults and therefore are in prison alongside other adult offenders. That's not us undertaking our duty of safeguarding children, is it? Exactly. And that's why this system needs to be changed. We need to invest the 1.7 million that's been wasted on this scientific appraisals into one which goes back to the social assessments using professional experts from social work as we have in the past. And at least we'll then be able to live up to the expectations of safeguarding young people.
Kirk Smith.
Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to point the House to my register of members' interest, where I note the support I received from the Refugee Asylum Migration Policy Project. We all across this House want an immigration system that is well managed. When I speak to my constituents in Aylesbury about it, that's what they want too. They want grip, control, a government back in control of our borders. I'm so pleased that this bill seeks to do exactly that, and not just with slogans, but with solutions. I welcome the establishment of the Border Security Command and the enhanced powers to tackle the criminal gangs that make it possible for people to cross the channel in small boats. They're exploiting some of the world's most vulnerable people, and that is unacceptable. I welcome the bill's focus on unaccompanied children who enter the country this way. It's right that we will no longer detain them without time limits, and it's right that local authorities are supported to make decisions on their accommodation needs. We must not leave these vulnerable children in hotels or in any inappropriate adult accommodation. I can't tell you how much I welcome the repeal of the Safety of Rwanda Act in full through this bill. £700 million of taxpayer money wasted on a scheme that was inhumane and was never going to work. There are two areas of the bill that I think we need to scrutinise carefully as it moves forward. First, I'd like the assurance that we are able to continually review which countries are safe and which are not, based on evidence. This is really important when international events can be so unpredictable and fast-paced, as we've seen, for example, with the fall of Assad in Syria. Second, we do have to be careful that we minimise the risk of unintentionally criminalising asylum seekers. People like Ibrahim Abba, a young person from Senegal who was sentenced after steering a dinghy which broke apart next to a fishing vessel. He claimed under threat of death. It is the smuggling gangs we need to target, not young people who are coerced while trying to survive, and I know the ministers will be looking carefully at this. Now I'd like to turn to the international context in which we're discussing this bill, because while I welcome it and I hope that it reduces the number of people crossing the Channel in grave danger, the reality is that for as long as persecution, war and conflict exist in the world, there will always be people fleeing for their safety, including to the UK. With that in mind, I see a vital continuing role for safe and legal ways for refugees and asylum seekers to seek protection in the UK. We know that safe routes can work, for example, the Homes for Ukraine scheme and the Afghan Citizens Resettlement Scheme. I'm proud of our country for these schemes. And where they operate effectively, we don't see people of these nationalities getting on small boats. The APPG on refugees, of which I'm a co-chair, did an inquiry into safe routes published last week, which proposes some further solutions, like reviewing the financial restrictions for UK-based sponsors to reunite with their children who remain in danger overseas. And I hope to see these considered. The benefit of options like family reunion and humanitarian visas is that they are also controlled and orderly, in the same spirit as the bill today. I also see a vital role for international cooperation. I know the Home Secretary has been working with European neighbours to tackle the criminal smuggling gangs, and this is vital. I was pleased to see the joint action with Germany in December, for example. I would like to see this international cooperation extended to better anticipating and engaging constructively in the resolving of the crises that cause people to flee their homes in the first place, and to providing support for people closer to their homes. For example, the 3.3 million people who have now fled across a border to escape the conflict in Sudan. They need support when they flee in Sudan and when they flee to neighbouring countries. And this work has just got harder with the dramatic funding cuts to the US international aid budget, which I fear will be deeply destabilising. But ultimately, this is where the work must start, to stop vulnerable people attempting to reach our own shores. I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak, and I look forward to supporting the bill tonight.
Follow.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And my honourable friend from Macclesfield took us back to ancient Athens. I am a recovering classicist, so let me just note that Britain has always, from the time of the Romans, been a nation of immigrants. Scientific analysis has proven the rich cultural diversity of Roman Britain, and immigration has enriched our country ever since. From the Windrush generation to, in more recent times, the Ukrainians and Hong Kongers proudly making their homes here in the UK. And as the MP for Bracknell and Newtown, I know that my constituents understand what it is to set up home in a new corner of the earth. That said, my constituents also know that it is the first duty of any government to protect the country. And a functioning and fair immigration system is the prerequisite to that. A government, any government, must have control of its borders. And the sad reality is that under the previous government, control of our borders was lost. Nearly 37,000 people crossed the Channel in small boats last year, many of those vulnerable individuals. But nevertheless, a sheer number of people crossing in boats demonstrates a lack of control. So for a party which fashions itself as taking a tough stance on immigration, and we heard some of that earlier today, it's an embarrassing record. And one only needs to look at the Rwanda scheme, which cost £700 million of taxpayers' money and saw 84,000 people crossing the channel from the day it was announced to the day it was scrapped. Some deterrent. The challenge with the open border policy of the previous government is that it undermined the possibility of having a safe, just and effective asylum system. Many people who risk their lives by crossing the channel do so because they're seeking asylum, and it is indeed proper that our country protects the rights of asylum seekers. But it's also true that some of those crossing the channel have no right to be here. And that's why this government has already increased returns. There have been a 10% increase on returns under this government, and almost 3,000 foreign criminals have already been removed from Britain's streets, a 24% increase on last year. Flights to Rwanda stayed on the ground. This government is ensuring that flights removing foreign criminals are taking off and deporting those criminals. And we can already see the effect on small boat arrivals under this government as well. When we won the election in July, arrivals for 2024 were almost 6% ahead of the record year of 2022, and in the second half of last year, we saw almost 10,000 fewer arrivals than in 2022. That's despite having more days when the weather was favourable for crossing. So this bill introducing landmark new measures so we have the tools to fix the immigration system that the Tories have broken. And yes, it will act to smash the gangs. Measures to strengthen border security, strengthen the asylum and immigration system, and prevent crime, and protect the vulnerable asylum seekers who the vile people smugglers would seek to exploit. That is what this action, that is the action this government is taking, and that's why I support the bill.
Joe White. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Some of us have run a real business. I had to drive trucks across the Channel, and I still remember the Calais to Dover border crossings with the dogs sent in to sniff for human trafficking and the groups of men at every service station on the road to Calais. My fear that my lorry might have been hijacked by someone attempting to enter our country illegally very much reflects the confusion and anger expressed by my constituents in Bassetlaw. And this is why they sent me to Parliament, to be their loud voice, to monitor and to push for tough action to boost border security and to sort this problem out. We now have a border security commander, Martin Hewitt, appointed in the first days following the general election. His job is to bring back control of our borders, smash the gangs and stop the flow of illegal migrants. Under the last government, £700 million worth of taxpayers' money wasted on a failed Rwanda scheme, 84,000 crossed the Channel in rubber dinghies, asylum decision-making collapsed, stacking up of asylum hotels at a cost of £6 million a week. With this government, we are getting results. The highest number of returns since 2018, now close to 19,000 individuals flown out of our country, nearly 3,000 foreign criminals removed, deals around the world to break up the gangs, including with the Iraqis at the centre of the organised smuggling gangs, proper dialogue with our G7 partners starting to work in step on this issue, agreements with the German authorities to arrest and imprison anyone caught facilitating the trafficking of illegal migrants. And just last month, 828 raids on businesses, the nail bars and the car washes where people are brought to work in slave labour conditions. But we need power to take more action. And this bill will enshrine the Border Security Command into law, enabling the coordination of law enforcement agencies with the sole focus of taking back control of our borders. The English Channel must become a no-go area for the criminal gangs through effective targeting of the gangs, disrupting their activities through seizures of electronic devices, including mobile phones, restricting activities by maximising the impact of serious crime prevention orders, and giving law enforcement the power to monitor and intervene, and arresting and jailing the gangs with new offences that will mean those selling, handling small boat parts for the use in the Channel face up to 14 years in prison. Making a criminal offence to endanger life, and my thoughts today are with those children too young to make a choice and lost by drowning. There can be no hiding places. Where the lorry drivers are bringing them in, there will be a new 14-year jail term for vehicle concealments. My message to government is crack on with the job, give us a running commentary of every success, publicise the return flights and the criminals jailed, clear up the Conservatives' mess, secure our borders, close down the use of hotels and stop the small boats.
Alex Sobel.
Speaker, I'd like to start by thanking the Home Secretary and the Minister for introducing this bill, which does undo some of the harmful elements to the asylum system, including the measures introduced in the Illegal Migration Act 2023 and the Safety of Rwanda Act 2024. In particular, I welcome measures in this bill that ensures the repeal of child detention powers and the Home Office accommodation powers over unaccompanied children. From the kinder transport to the many children that we've welcomed into our homes from Ukraine, the great British public really cares about the welfare of children coming from war zones and fleeing persecution. So we must be diligent with this bill to ensure children, the well-being of children is not criminalised or leads to cruel measures against children fleeing persecution in their own countries. It is the people smugglers who are putting these lives in danger, yet it is not people smugglers who are trying to migrate here. Those who are migrating here are escaping persecution. We must be mindful of this when we seek international and EU powers to criminalise those who are actually people trafficking. Children too often caught up in politics, which leaves them cruelly treated, such as in 2023, when the Right Honourable Member for Newark, when Immigration Minister, ordered murals of Mickey Mouse and other cartoon characters designed to welcome children asylum seekers to a reception centre in Dover be painted over, for sending too welcoming a message. These are children fleeing war and persecution. My concern, which I want to draw the Minister's attention to, is the new law enforcement elements of this bill. These changes including new criminal offences of supplying or handling almost any item to be used in connection with illegal immigration and of collecting information to be used for arranging an authorised journey to the UK. For example, some NGOs in border zones provide a play service to create spaces for refugees and asylum-seeking children to process trauma, develop key skills and make positive memories amongst hostile environments in border zones. This can be a lifeline for children at risk across continents. This helps mitigate some of the traumatic effects they experience and hope to lessen the impacts of post-traumatic stress disorder. If we're discussing new law enforcement powers criminalising supplying and handling almost any item to use in connection with illegal migration, and in the relevant articles of this bill, we do not see exemptions for toys or other items used for play, are we penalising children's ability to play or enjoy a toy that brings them solace across the chaos of the fleeing journey? We must ensure children and aid workers are not penalised in this new law for supplying toys or items that bring solace to children. I hope as we...
I thank my honourable friend for giving way, just to reassure him that certainly these items will not include children's toys, and nor will we be doing anything to have widespread powers that just apply to everybody. These are intelligence-led, focused powers which will focus on those people who are in the gangs doing the organising.
Alex Sobel.
I'd like to thank the Minister for his assurance. What will be really helpful as the bill progresses through committees, through the committee stage, is if in the relevant articles those items are listed, to give some solace to the NGOs, because that has been pointed out to me by them, they are concerned at this stage. It would be an easy thing to add to the list that's already published in the bill. But just to conclude, I welcome the significant step forward today for children's rights and look forward to the potential further strides during the passage of the bill to ensure that we can find ways to bring unaccompanied children and family reunion into the migration system once more. Thank you.
Jonathan Brash.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Britain has a long and proud tradition of providing asylum to those who are fleeing war and persecution. And that patriotic principle must always remain. But we have to be honest. Too many people are arriving in our country with no legal right to be here, and they must be returned. But still, they must be prevented from entering our country altogether. Numbers are too high. They must come down. Because the alternative is unacceptable. Towns like Hartlepool, targeted by private providers of asylum accommodation because of our lower housing costs, are profiting from this crisis and putting a burden on Hartlepool's public services. Local schools, hospitals, social services are forced to absorb the consequence of a broken system. That's the reality we face, and it must change. This bill signals the government's intention to do just that. Instead of open borders, we have a border security command. Instead of a soft touch, we have record deportations. And instead of expensive gimmicks, we have far-reaching new powers that will put the boot of the state on the throat of these criminal gangs whose trade, let we not forget, is in the trafficking of human beings. It's about restoring control and taking decisive action to fix this system. Hartlepool people are open, generous and welcoming. I've personally seen that fundamental decency on display in communities across our town, including our Asylum Centre in Murray Street, where Nancy Pout and her amazing team took to the streets after last summer's riots and, along with volunteers and council workers, cleaned up the devastation left by mindless thugs. They symbolise fundamental Hartlepool values. But those values include fairness. And that's why I believe transparency in this is essential. Figures provided to me by the House of Commons Library, produced by the Home Office, show that as of September 2024, Hartlepool is supporting 50 asylum seekers per 10,000 people. The neighbouring larger local authority is hosting just 7 per 10,000. There are local authorities up and down this country where the figure is 0. This cannot be right. After 14 years of austerity to our public services, it cannot be the most deprived areas of our country that carry the highest burden. So I would urge ministers that when the break clauses in the contracts for asylum accommodation come up in 2026, that they use them and demand a system that spreads the burden fairly as we fix this system and bring the numbers down. This is about taking back control of our asylum and immigration system, not through slogans, not through broken promises, but through real enforceable action. The people of Hartlepool and communities across the UK deserve nothing less.
John Slinger.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The party opposite have a record of failure, and now they're failing to back our measures to put things right. On Rwanda, so much money was wasted deporting so few people with so little remorse. Imagine if a civil servant or a trade union wasted just 1% of this sum. Imagine the howls that we would have heard. On the asylum backlog, the graph is like the NHS waiting list under the Conservatives. Up and up it went to 166,261 by 2022, an 11-fold increase on the number that they inherited. What happens? This is what happens when those who don't believe in government are the government. While the bill focuses more on asylum, the net migration figures also illustrate that the previous government let things get out of control.
Yeah.
a 220% increase in net migration from 244,000 in 2010, then a record, to 782,000 in 2023. As with policing and defence, so it is with asylum and immigration. They failed, yet they rail against us as we tackle the crisis that they bequeathed us. I don't want to rehearse the excellent policies set out by ministers and my colleagues on these benches, so I'll just gently ask honourable and right honourable members on the Conservative benches to put their hand on their heart and tell us they're proud of their record. They think that it's dignified for a great country such as ours to offshore our responsibilities to Rwanda, a country about which they needed, with an Orwellian flourish, to define as safe. Hand on heart, do honourable and right honourable members opposite think that it's in the national interest to vote against the robust, practical and principled approach in this bill? It's a shame, because the party opposite continues to resort to false promises, to populist language, and we heard it tonight, such as, I quote, surrender, or the words of the honourable member for Huntingdon, who spoke about the £49.18 per week that asylum seekers receive to pay for clothes and toiletries. These are human beings. I'm sure that the honourable member was not suggesting that a country such as ours should not be offering people the ability to clothe themselves.
From there.
I wasn't suggesting that people shouldn't have the ability to close those. My point is that it's advertised on the government website and is a pull factor. What is this bill doing to address that as a pull factor?
John Slinger.
I thank him for his intervention. This bill proposes numerous measures that will get tough on those evil criminal gangs who are bringing people here on those boats. And my honourable friends on these benches have made that point very clearly. Put their hand on their heart and say that they are perhaps feeling ashamed of flirting with the idea of derogating from our international rights obligations. In time, I believe that the public will see that, led by a Prime Minister who's actually tackled criminal gangs, and Home Secretary and her team will leave behind failure, gimmicks and populism of the past and replace them with effective action.
Yeah. Brings us to the front bench, Matt Vickers.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Oh, that's a bit of a racket. Today's remarks from these benches have been clear. We understand the public's frustration. The more has not been done to reduce these numbers. They're too high and they must be lowered. During the election campaign, the party opposite said it wanted to smash the gangs. But since Labour took power, small boat crossings are up by 28%. Before the election, we were closing hotels, yet now 6,000 more people are in hotels, and the number arriving by small boat and being removed is actually down. Those of us on these benches remain deeply concerned that this bill and the government's approach would actually represent a backward step. Rather than utilising every power available, it's focused on tweaking existing laws and stripping away powers previously put in place. This is not the approach the UK needs. We need legislation and a strategy that establishes powers to stop illegal migration for good. I can already hear members opposite criticising the last government. We do not deny that numbers were far too high, quite the opposite. But it was the last government that introduced a deterrent that was scrapped by the Labour Party immediately upon taking office and before it could even begin. The Leader of the Opposition has been abundantly clear that despite efforts made during the last government, far more needed to be done to solve the problem. The problem for the government is that despite its complaints about its predecessors, this legislation is unlikely to provide anything like a real solution. The immigration crisis is undoubtedly one of the biggest challenges we face as a country, and it requires bold action. If people believe they can arrive here illegally and stay, they'll continue to come in ever-increasing numbers. The cancelling of the deterrent was an act of national self-harm. The increase in small boat arrivals since the Labour Party took office makes that clear for the whole House to see. 28%. Some of the changes in this bill, I'll give way to people who have been here throughout and contributed. Some of the changes in this bill weaken rather than strengthen our ability to deal with this issue. What cannot be part of the solution is creating a route to British citizenship for those arriving here illegally, enticing more people to come, weakening our ability to scientifically verify the age of those arriving, creating huge safeguarding risks in our education and care system is also not part of the solution. The National Crime Agency and examples from governments around the world show that a deterrent must be in place. However, this bill does the opposite. Removing the deterrent currently in law, it seems to stem from a misguided belief that arresting a small number of these heinous criminals will be enough to stop the crossings. Even though we would all like that to be the case, this is a vast oversimplification. It speaks of deterrence as a means to stop criminals. We all agree on the need to arrest those behind these crimes, which is why in 2023 there were 246 arrests of people smugglers, 86 arrests of small boat pilots, and I'm still stunned that the Labour Party opposed life sentences for people smugglers. We need measures that stop people from boarding these boats in the first place. Failing to do so not only harms our country, but also fails those who endanger their lives by making this perilous journey. Where legislation increases enforcement powers, enables further interventions and enhances data availability, we will welcome it. The experience of enforcement authorities must be heard to ensure they have the necessary powers. However, these sensible measures should not be bundled into a bill that simultaneously weakens the Secretary of State's authority. The Home Secretary's remarks failed to acknowledge the impact of the repeals being made. We must ask, why does this bill, you could have commenced them, touch of a pen, stroke of a pen, we must ask, why does this bill repeal sensible provisions? It's stunning that the government would prefer to weaken its powers rather than strengthen them. Turning to the specific repeals of previously passed legislation, I ask the government, what is wrong with the principle that if you enter the UK legally, you should never have a path to British citizenship? Why remove this provision? British citizenship is a special privilege, not something to be granted lightly. Those who enter our country illegally, breaking our laws, should not be offered a pathway to citizenship. Regularly granting citizenship to such individuals undermines deterrence. It sends the damaging message that breaking the law can lead to benefits, harming the UK and endangering those who risk their lives to come here. Additionally, this legislation repeals the Secretary of State's ability to regulate consent for scientific age assessments where there are no reasonable grounds to withhold consent. This was a sensible step to prevent abuse of the system. Some may argue that this provision is unnecessary, yet between 2016 and September 2022, around 8,000 asylum cases have involved age disputes, and in about half, the individuals were assessed to be adults. Removing this power once again weakens our legal infrastructure. We've also suggested significant but appropriate changes to indefinite leave to remain and citizenship. Why shouldn't the right to stay be dependent on your willingness to contribute and obey the law? Last week, the Brussels correspondents for The Times reported that the European Union is drafting plans to overhaul the post-war Refugee Convention in what may be one of the more significant shifts in migration policy in decades. This is a clear signal of a growing consensus across the Western world that the legal structures and institutions which restrict the government from doing what is best for our countries and have been obstructive are no longer fit for purpose in tackling this significant issue. Whilst EU countries look to put together a deterrent scheme similar to that cancelled by this government, we must then ask, what is the government trying to achieve with this legislation? Rather than implementing the significant changes being seriously discussed in Europe, or those that have been effective in Australia, it's opting for limited interventions focused on tweaks to the system, while simultaneously reducing its own powers in other aspects of the legal framework. This is not the decisive leadership we need from a government of the United Kingdom. It's a weak approach stemming from weak leadership. For this reason, I must urge the House to vote for the reasoned amendment this evening. It will be far better for the government to go away, return swiftly with the legal changes necessary and adopt an approach that genuinely deters people from coming to this country illegally. I again remind members across the House that despite pledges to smash the gangs,
Bingo.
as of yesterday, crossings were up nearly 28%. This demonstrates as we warned the government, that its plan is not working. The reality is there is no easy fixes to this problem. There are significant challenges in addressing the issues arising from channel crossings. However, we do not believe the appropriate response is to dismantle legislation that provides the government with powers it could use for the benefit of the country. That would be capitulation and a charter for illegal immigration. So I say to the government, bring forward a bill that enhances the ability of enforcement agencies rather than one that strips them of their powers. Bring forward a bill that we need a solution that takes the transformative steps needed to significantly reduce illegal migration, action that secures our country's borders and stops these life-threatening crossings. It is wrong to tell the world that if you come here illegally, you can become a British citizen. I urge members to back the reasoned amendment.
Angela Eagle.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, there was one iota of reality and truth in the middle of that farrago of rubbish that we have just heard from the party opposite, and that was, I'm going to quote it because I pricked up my ears, there are no easy solutions to this problem. You could have fooled me, Madam Deputy Speaker, when the party opposite spent most of its last few years in office telling us that there were easy solutions, passing legislation in this House that was so unusable and useless that they never commenced it, which they now complain about us taking off the statute book. What they need to do is explain to the people of the country why they don't want counter-terrorism style powers to deal with organised immigration, why they are voting against sensible extensions of powers that have been asked for by the NCA, by our Border Security Commander, by the police to help deal with this challenge on our borders. Why are they against it? Because they're still, Madam Deputy Speaker, trying to say that somehow their fantasy of the Rwanda scheme, which they still claim, almost all of them, is a deterrent, actually was a deterrent, when we know it did not work. From the beginning, from the Shadow Home Secretary can chunter all he likes. He can chunter all he likes. But the point is that 84,000 people crossed the Channel in small boats when the Rwanda scheme was in operation, was on the statute book. They started off, Madam Deputy Speaker, by saying that all they had to do was talk about the Rwanda scheme and it would be a deterrent. And then it was, once we put it on the statute book, it'd be a deterrent. And all of a sudden then it's, oh, well, it never worked because not a plane took off. If they were so concerned, they were so convinced that it was going to work, why did they hold a general election the week before the first plane was going to take off? Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a crucial bill that will give law enforcement new powers to combat threats to border security and evolve our response as those threats themselves change. Before I respond in a slightly quieter way, I hope, to some of the many excellent speeches we've heard today, I want to remind the House of the dire legacy left us by the party opposite. They left a system in chaos where asylum claims were hardly being processed. And it takes some brass neck for the shadow Home Secretary to complain that it's gone up. We could not. It's gone up because we started to process decisions which they had stopped. Yeah, because we're processing decisions. If you have a system where you don't do any processing for a year, you wonder why there's a load of people in a backlog. And we have to come into government and clean up the mess. Asylum systems were hardly being processed. We are now processing 11,000 a month. They were down to below 2,000 a month. Tens of thousands of people were left in limbo. Tens of thousands more were crossing the channel in small boats because they were not deterred by the Rwanda scheme. They were not deterred. 84,000 people crossed while the Rwanda scheme was being pursued. They pursued expensive and unworkable gimmicks, spending £700 million to send 4 volunteers to Rwanda. They allowed ruthless gangsters to operate with impunity and make a fortune exploiting desperate people. They put legislation on the statute book that was so unworkable, even they didn't commence it. And now they're complaining that we're having to repeal it. Well, I like a tidy statute book, Madam Deputy Speaker. We're not going to leave the rubbish that they put on the statute book there to clutter it up. It's time to shift the dial, Madam Deputy Speaker, which is why this bill puts the Border Security Command on a legal footing, offering system leadership and coordination across borders. It introduces counter-terror-style powers to disrupt and prevent organised immigration crime and the gangs from profiting from the exploitation and misery that they cause. It takes the fight to the gangs on multiple fronts, using every possible tool at our disposal. I'm quite happy to give way.
To give her a breather and for the education of the House, could you refer to the particular clauses in the bill that give the Border Security Command any ability whatsoever to dictate the activity of other bits of government to that end?
The Border Security Commander coordinates and leads across government, and I think that the right honourable gentleman will want to come onto the committee so we can discuss this. So we can discuss this in detail, and I can tell the right honourable gentleman that the Border Security Commander is already leading cross-government and making a real difference in operational coordination, which this bill will put on the statute book. Now, Madam Deputy...
We've heard you shout enough times. I think the Minister will respond.
We're not doing line by line. The honourable gentleman needs to know that's the committee stage, and I've just invited the right honourable gentleman to come and sit on it. But if the right honourable gentleman looks, he will see that the first part of the bill deals entirely with the Border Security Commander and the way that we're putting the powers that he has on the statute book and making it clear that he is a systems leader who can coordinate properly across government. And the proof of the pudding will be in the eating.
Is it in Section 1, Clause 3, Subsection 6, which lists the agencies that the Border Command does not have authority over. If I know her bill better than she does, she should consider her position.
The British public have already given their verdict on that.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm too busy cleaning up his mess to consider. While we have been drafting this bill, we have also been busy in other places because, as we know, there are no quick and easy answers to this complex problem, as we finally heard from the honourable gentleman opposite. So we've struck groundbreaking new agreements with key international partners, ranging from the Calais Group, from Italy, from Germany. The Home Secretary, my right honourable friend, has been to Iraq to do some very, very important work on dealing with the gangs. Well, at least she's not taken a private jet to Rwanda. We all know that. Only 4 volunteers ever went there at a huge cost, but 2 Home Secretaries went. Now, certainly more Home Secretaries, more Conservative Home Secretaries managed to go to Rwanda than asylum seekers ever went to Rwanda. So we are dealing with international cooperation because it's right both for returns and coordination to smash international smuggling gangs and organised immigration crime that we work cooperatively with our colleagues not only in Europe but further afield. We have also concentrated on actually enforcing the law with illegal working visits and arrests up 38% since we came into government. And we have ramped up returns so that the latest figures show that 18,987 people with no right to be here have been deported since we came into government. There is no point, Madam Deputy Speaker, there is no point in having an asylum system at all if we don't return those people who are found to have no right to be here. I'm happy to give way.
I thank the Minister for giving way, and I'm sure she's about to get to it, so I apologise for intervening early. But I did raise in my speech that we wanted to be very clear about how she is going to measure success based on these bills. So what metric are we going to use, and by when will we be able to judge this government's policy as to whether it has worked?
Yeah, no, it's certainly true, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we promised to get more than 4 volunteers out of the country. Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill is not about posturing or pretending there are easy answers to complex questions. This bill isn't about expensive gimmicks and abject failure to deliver. This bill is about restoring order to the chaos we inherited from the party opposite. It's about giving our law enforcement authorities the counter-terror style powers they need to dismantle the organised criminal gangs exploiting desperate people. This is about enforcing the law, it's about securing our borders, and I commend it to the House.
Order. The original question was that the bill be now read a second time, since when an amendment has been proposed as on the order paper. The question is that the amendment be made. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division. Clear the lobby. The question is that the amendment be made. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. The tellers for the ayes are Paul Holmes and Harriet Cross. The tellers for the noes, Keir Mather and Martin McCluskey.
The ayes to the right, 115. The noes to the left, 354.
The ayes to the right were 115. The noes to the left, 354. So the noes have it. The noes have it. Unlock. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. Aye. Division! Clear the lobby.
There's 2 ticks.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. The tellers for the ayes are Keir Mather and Martin McCluskey. The tellers for the noes, James McMurdoch and Leigh Anderson. Order, order.
The ayes to the right, 333. The noes to the left, 109.
The ayes to the right were 333 and the noes to the left 109. So the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Unlock. Programme motion to be moved formally.
I beg to move formally.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Money motion to be moved formally.
Move formally.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it.